Sound check. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I think so. The sound looks good. The stream is up. Okay, it's on the green. We should be up. We should be good. Welcome everybody. I hope you're feeling great and that you are having a nice weekend and you are in a good mood, because we're going to be flying the Queen of the Skies, the 747-200 Felis passenger edition. I ended up not getting the cargo. I told you guys on the last stream that I was thinking of getting the cargo version, and I was really ready to do it, but there is the news that the 737-200 is going to be finally out in June or July, so it's going to be relatively soon. And yeah, I decided to save for that because it's a different airplane, and it's an airplane I've been waiting for very, very long. So here goes that. So yeah, anyways, we are right now in Bangkok International Airport with Thai Airways 747-200. In fact, this I think was a real registration in an airplane. They just used different engines. So this airplane was actually real, and this livery was real. Really nice livery. I really like how it looks. And we'll be flying to Kathmandu into Nepal for a very, very interesting approach. Now, this flight is going to take us around 3 hours to make, so definitely get some snacks with you, as it's going to be a little bit lengthy. But it should be fun regardless, because we will be doing... it's going to be a VOR only flight. But I'm not going to use the GPS version, so I will not have the FMS like I used to have on the previous flights that I did with this airplane. We are going to be having the INS on board, and I want to learn the INS. I told you guys that I would be learning this INS thing, and I will do that. Speaking of this, why don't I do just walk around? Oh wait, I don't have the walk around. Walk around, toggle walk around mode, please this button, and we should jump straight in. Good. So why not walk around this airplane? I mean, it's definitely better. We are of course on VATSIM. The weather overall looks good. I'm very excited for the approach, and I think it's going to be a great flight. You guys will see why the approach is going to be interesting, because well, we don't have GPS, right? And the only two ways that we can get into Kathmandu, apart from GPS, is going to be VOR or localizer. And both of them have no vertical guidance. And they don't. Apart from not having vertical guidance, the initial descent is it's a descent of 5.31 degrees. So it's getting close to almost London City. So doing that on a 747 is going to be very interesting. And before you guys tell me that it's not possible to fly 747 into Kathmandu, yes it is. Cathay Pacific did, and National Airlines did it as well on the 747-400, and I'm sure if I dig deeper, there might be other 747 operators who flew it into Kathmandu. So yeah, apart from the views is going to be absolutely incredible, the approach itself is also really, really cool. So I'm looking forward to that. Again, VOR only flight, mostly. I want to set up the INS so I can practice a little bit creating the waypoints and understanding how it works. Also, I want to use the INS so we can have a ground speed indication in the flight, because if we don't have the GPS and we only use VOR, I don't think we have any tool here that gives you the ground speed. Of course, you can have a ground speed reading from a VOR if your instrument supports it, but I don't think it is available on this airplane. So we'll see how that goes. I'm looking very much forward. If you are proficient in the INS and you have some tips and tricks, you can of course leave that in the chat, and I'll of course read them, and you guys will be able to help me out. So yeah, Willful, hey, welcome, great to see you here. I hope you're doing good. I just there your comment because I know you just said noob and it's probably just a joke, but I don't know, I just feel bad that we joke with people that practice sports. Practicing sports is great, and it should not be a way to make fun of people. So there goes that. I think you can absolutely understand that. We also have an MD-80 next to us from Delta. Perhaps that's just a livery that's not coincident with us. And we also have a 737 there, which I suppose it's going to be Aviator's one. So Aviators, speaking of that, good on you for doing sports, and welcome to the stream. It's going to be great to have you here. I believe you will be able to do the RNP AR into Kathmandu, which is absolutely amazing. So, yeah, enjoy. It's going to be a cool flight for you as well. РФС Airbus. Привет, Влад. Я думаю, ты не будешь против, если полечу вместе с тобой. НОК 185. РФС Airbus. Конечно, я не против. Приятного полета. Всегда рад, когда подписчики со мной летят. And Chris Nademan. Hi, welcome. How are you doing? Welcome to the live stream. It's good to see you here. Oh, look, Swappy's here. Hello, man. How are you? You're just in time. It's gonna be a great flight. Aviator, MD-80 is you. Oh, so you are on the MD-80. So you are gonna have some fun then. You're gonna have to do the same approach as I will, because I don't think the MD-80 has RNPAR capability. So yeah. Anyway, great little airplane. I'm running a little modification here. I think it's better to say I removed all the cabin crew callouts, apart from like V-speeds, I believe, and altitude callouts, because I don't know, but I don't like having the cabin say everything that I'm doing. It's just not cool to me. So yeah, so I removed that. I mean, not me, but somebody on the Discord, I think it was Mono, who did that, and he uploaded the no callouts, or the no crew, only callouts sounds. So that's how I did it. And also I decided to try RXP Enhancer. This is a plugin for Fly with Lua. And it essentially fixes the dark cockpit. It does fix a couple of extra things. Overall, it works well. I did not notice any performance issues so far, and it fixes the cockpit, which is the most important. I do get the feeling that it slightly changes the colors of the sky, which I'm not a fan of. I really like the way that the colors looked for the default X-plane, but I can live with that. And for whatever reason, it always disables the robust, the robust contrast adaptive sharpening to 5%. And I don't want it. I want it at 100% because it looks better on my screen. So I don't know, for whatever reason, every time I need to come into the simulator, I need to adjust that. But other than that, only positives. Willful, why do you call him noob? Come on, dude. Are you guys friends? If you are friends, I'll allow it. But if you're just trolling, don't say it, please. And yes, Swappy, it's great to see you. Samuel, hello Vlad. Now I know where to fly later. Samuel, this is a very interesting flight. Definitely do come to Kathmandu. It's a very cool approach, and we will be returning to Kathmandu. In fact, should be next week, because it's going to be very, very awesome. Aviator, thank you Vlad, I hope you're good as well. This time I am free. Great. Chris Nademan, I will fly the Concorde from CDG to JFK whilst watching you. Dude, that's a cool flight. That's a very nice flight, so I wish you a great flight there. Concorde is a complex bird. I'll tell you that. Alright, so we came into our airplane. It's completely cold and dark. Let's start with the basics. Oh, by the way, yes, I am using a custom checklist, which I have to put the link on the description for those who want to download it as well. But let's start with the basic engineering panel. Everything seems shut off, so let's just confirm the brakes are set. We've got the chocks. The weather radar is off, of course. Engines are all cut off. The throttle is on idle. The speed brakes are up, and the flaps are retracted. The gear lever is down, and we've got both wipers on off. Good. We should have ground power connected. So I'll start with the battery on, and let's check here external power. Yeah, we do have external power, so I'll put normal here, and I will connect both ACs on the ground power. Now, because we already powered up, oops, I forgot to configure there my airplane. Apologies. So let me change this to SIVA. We will do the real align or you know what, let's do fast because we can just save time, and we'll do INS source real, so we actually try the hardcore stuff. Alright, sync captain and FO gauges, I'm going to leave them to on. AT sync throttles on, crew voices on, FA, PA seems fine. What else can I change here? Throttles, ghosts, nah, that can be fine. Alright, I think that's it. So no GPS, no FMS here. This is what we wanted. I'll leave this on ground. And because we have power, now I'm going to arm the emergency lights. I'm going to put the nav lights to on. No smoking is going to come to on. And I'm going to start doing the flows. Now, I do have a checklist for like preliminary. So let's confirm that. It should be here though. If you guys can see the 747 checklist, please let me know, because sometimes I just suck. There we go. Alright, what do we have here? Power up and safety. So parking brake, chock set, radar off, flap lever. We confirmed all of that. So essentially I just did that. And we're going to check as well the accumulator. So the accumulator is definitely on the low side. So what we have to do is come here and switch on the engine or the electrical hydraulic pump. Let it charge. Once it stabilizes at 3000, we're going to release the brakes, set it again, so we can have a properly set up parking brake, and then we're going to disconnect the electrical, otherwise it's going to overheat. Okay, good. So let's start with the overhead, confirm that this is all off. So leave this as is. Auto brake is off. I'm going to enable the anti-skid. Body gear steering, I'm going to arm that already. We're going to put this onto standby, standby, and standby for the system to be aligned. Flight starters are all off. Compass is nice in the line. This is all done. Standby armed. Seatbelt sign is okay. Cabin crew call. Interesting, should give the call, but it didn't. Alright, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We don't need that. I might input the logo light as well, just for the sake of it. Radios. There we go, and now they are aligned. Good. So, stall warning, we're going to test. That's tested, that's tested, that's tested. Anti-ice off. Wing anti-ice ground test is tested. That's tested. That's tested. I'm going to put window heat to on. And just testing here, and also test the lighting. Now the lighting test is very interesting because it reminds me that there is only one green light for the entire gear assembly, and everything seems operational. Oh yeah, the engineers has its own. Good. Alright, so that's set up. Let's now start radio. Flight directors on radio. That's set. I'm going to go for number 1. Heading for now is fine. And let me just decrease here the altitude a tiny bit. 6,000 seems like a fine one. Reset the warnings. Check the indicators. That's fine. Test the warnings, checked. Now, normal range 14, I'll leave that. Brake source is normal, and switches are all in the neutral. Good. Let's go here now into the INS and go into our status. So, desired is 5.8 is current. Heading... No, I can't remember if that's the heading or not. Okay, we're going to have to set this into position. I'll have to do this on all of them. I know there is a way to synchronize them, but I don't remember now. So VHF 1 is set. This one goes to position as well. VHF 1 is on, and I don't think we have any ATC even though we are on VATSIM. Oh, actually we do have something here. Let me just check very quickly. VATSIM radar. Again, I was planning to fly Q400, but 3-hour flight with the Q400 is going to be a pain. Yeah, it's not going to be a 3-hour flight in a Q400. It's going to be probably closer to a 4, maybe 4.5, 4+ hour flight. And we are friends with Willful, don't mind him, he's Turkish like me. Ah, okay, then I can accept it. Then I can accept it. Wow, Vietnam is all online. Wow, holy cow, and India as well. Whoa, what is going on? And even Nepal is. Oh, interesting, that's gonna be cool. Probably when we get there, they'll already leave, but we'll see. Willful. Bro, how many buttons does a 747 have? A lot, and I am probably as scared as you. So, transponder goes to transponding. I want to do a 0.05 APR decrease for our departure, just so we save a little bit of the engines. And once I switch over to climb, I'm going to return this to full power, so full climb power. Speed mode is on. I'm going to put standby on the weather radar. And you know what I'm feeling so weird is that I don't have to use any of the cockpit lighting, which usually I would have, because it would be dark. This is actually insane, so I'm super happy. Alright, great. Whoops. Sorry, just checking here the oxygen mask tested. Very good. And let's go to the engineering panel, just confirm everything. So I'll do the squib test here, fire test, fault test, that's all good. This is all fine, this is all fine, this is all fine. Now, because this is a 3-member cockpit, I have a plugin here for fuel management, and I'll use it. Galley power is off, gen mode normal, galley fan auto. Galley chiller is gonna stay off for now. Actually, they can come to on, probably be off anyway by there. Alright, voltage seems fine, standby power is normal, we're gonna leave that now. And trim air on, humidifier off, pack controls auto. Gonna put this to on, restore fans auto, and put the engine bleeds already to on, packs off. Let's check what's the local QNH here in Bangkok is. So 1010, let's set that up. And it's very useful that we do have inches of mercury indication here, because on the engineer's panel you will have to set it in inches of mercury. So that's 1010 is 29er, yeah, 29er83. 29er83, and we're going to come here and set 29er83, that's around here, I mean 1010, 29er83, and of course we can pre-select already our cruise altitude, which is 380. 380 set. Auto rate normal, pack valve seem good. Script test, testing this, seems good. Fire test, good. Testing that, beautiful. That seems all good. Hydraulics are all set, and we've got quantity, that's nice. Test wings, test the brake indications, all seems fine. And finally here, this seems all good, just confirm that the fuel's jettisoned all in the down position. Okay, very, very nice. I think it's everything done on this side, to be fair. So, let's start by doing a little bit of analyzing here. The funny thing is, Bangkok currently, as many airports are beginning to suffer from this situation, they do not have conventional navigation departures anymore. So it's all RNAV. So that means that well, we can't exactly perform any published SID with this type of airplane, unless we would have, of course, the FMS. But we don't have the FMS today, so I will have to start with analyzing the routes, thinking how are we going to be departing out of here. I also need to submit the flight plan, and I'll have to do this all with you guys. And this is probably what will take the most amount of time in terms of preparation. I also need to align the IRSs or the INSs. IRSs is a little bit more advanced, so let me just find here the parking position coordinates, because we are on stand Sierra 105 and I need to find it now. I believe it's on a new terminal. Yep, it is. right here, and this is what I'll need. So I came here to taxi sequence, found our parking position, which is Sierra 105 right here, and what I'll use the coordinates for this parking position. This is what I'll be inserting into the INS. Let's do that. So let's see if I don't mess this up. We are north, right? North 1340.9. 1340.9 insert, and that would be east 100.451. Seems fine. I'm gonna insert that. I'm gonna have to repeat that again for all of them three. So it's gonna be north 1349 and east 100.451. Insert. Good. And the last one, north 1349 east 145.1. Insert. So now I can come and put this into align, and alignment, and they will start to align, at least I hope, unless I really mess it up. So I'm going to put this to status. It's already, oh yeah, it's aligning really fast. Very good. So I'm going to put all of them into status. Yeah, I mean, we have fast alignment, right? We will not spend 20 minutes here. And so we already have a good source of INS. That's great. Now, I'm not going to insert any waypoints because I simply don't know how to do it. Or should I say I forgot how to do it. So we're going to do that in the cruise part of the flight. And so we're not going to spend any time. Right now, I want to analyze the route. I want to pre-file the flight plan. And let's start with that. So we're going to pre-file the flight plan, analyze the route, load the fuel, see what's with this, and then we're going to get on. So we have a step climb at Nivog to flight level 400. That is cool. And the very interesting part of this is, let me just confirm that we don't have, this is R stands for RNAV, I believe, so let me just remove that real quick, just so we can say that we don't have RNAV. So standard DME and ADF, I can't remember what's the H, I think it's RVS, no, RVSM is this one, 8.33, ILS, and I can't remember what's the X-ray. Okay, but this seems fine. Let's follow the flight plan. Flight plan is done. The cool part about this flight, and it really impressed me, is that this entire flight plan is limited to one single airway. So you get out of Bangkok and you fly for 3 hours until basically Kathmandu, and it's a single airway. That's pretty impressive. I mean, probably there are larger airways, but I never crossed myself with one that was this long. So this is exactly what we're going to be doing. We're going to be departing out of Bangkok, and we will be joining this airway, Gulf 463. We're going to try to join at the waypoint Tarid, because there is an RNAV departure from Bangkok from this waypoint, so it'd be really, really useful for us to join this waypoint. And actually, you know what, I think it'd be even better if I come here and I put IFR high on these charts, because they have a bit more information, I suppose. Information like, yeah, what's the radial, what's the outbound radial, and so on. Distances, minimum en route altitudes. So this is the route. This is the map that I'll be using. I will not use the icon of the airplane. I think that's cheating, because we're gonna assume that this is a paper chart. Okay. And we'll be flying here on the Bangkok till Betno, then from Betno to Bravo Golf Oscar, which is quite far away. I hope we will have enough coverage to find it. From here, we fly to Chattogram, then we fly to Dhaka. From Dhaka, we fly to Rajshahi. And then we fly to Monda, and from Monda we jump into the next VOR, which is going to be Sinara. And on Sinara, we're going to jump away from Romeo because we actually do have an arrival for Kathmandu from Romeo. And here they are. So from Romeo, I'm going to proceed straight in, and this is basically aligned with the runway, which is very, very useful. Great. Okay, so we've got this is the RNAV departure, and as you can see, it flies to turret. So what I'll do, I'll just fly probably straight out to right-hand turn, intercept the radial, and just follow the airway. So that's good. What else did I need to do? If something goes wrong, of course, we always need an approach. And because the wind is 200 with 5, the longest runway in Bangkok is, well, there are 2. We'll be departing by that side, so 20 right would be a good one. So let me just load in an ILS. There has to be an ILS 20 right now. No, I don't have an ILS 20 right. That was 20 left. Left. Oh, 20 right doesn't have. Okay, so I'll probably take 19 then, because 19 is just a longer runway. Good, set that up. Stop appearing. I don't want the icon, so that will be set up. Good. Okay, I think that's it. Let's jump into the OFP. Check the fuel situation, check everything else, and see what's gonna go here. Concorde is a crazy plane. Yeah, absolutely. Stormy, how are you? Welcome to the stream, man. Great to see you here. Okay, so I need this. I also need Sky Vector here, and I'm gonna put, this is gonna be what? I'm gonna fly at a certain speed. Through airspeed 493, 495, 491. We're gonna assume it's 495 probably. So just so I can put this in 495. Altitude, we're gonna put flight level 380 initially. And I'm going to grab the nav log, and I need this because we have a lot of coordinates here, frequencies for VORs, headings, tracks, and timings, as well as distances, so this is going to be very, very useful for us. Okay, so I can close this. Let's start with the basic stuff. So we do have a step climb at Nivok, flight level 400. In fact, I probably should just put it here as well. It's not too far off, to be fair. Nivok. Let's see, we will be expecting 42.1. Okay, this is going to be our diversion fuel. I'm going to round it up to 11. Okay. Route, very simple. Direct turret, Golf 436 to Romeo. Very simple route. Alternate is this airport in India, which takes 41 minutes of flight time and this amount of fuel. Seems good, I don't expect any fuel changes. Fuel 42.2 seems alright with that one. 42.2, yep, 42.2 seems okay-ish. We're going to be flying Mach 0.85 because why not, we can do it. Zero fuel weight is this. Landing weight maximum 285. We're going to be taking off with a 248, so we're not overweight, so not overweight, just so we can remember. A lot of stuff here. I mean, we do have the coordinates here as well, so I could just use actually this OFP. It would be a bit, even a little bit easier, and doing the fuel checks as well, but I'll just leave the Sky Vector there. Flight plan is here, checking a couple of NOTAM situations, so let's see. In fact, this is not even NOTAM SIGMATs. We have some embedded thunderstorms. We're going to check all of this into the map. I just want to see some METAR. Temperature 30, dew point 25. It's humid and hot. QNH 1010, no significant change. And we have a tempo for some thunderstorm and rain, few 1800 CB. So definitely a possibility of some some thunderstorms happening on our way. Let's see, destination. So far, visibility 7, thunderstorm and drizzle, few 1,500, few 2,500, scattered 3,000, broken 10,000. This is not fun. This is actually very, very bad. No significant change. CB to southeast, south, northwest, and north. Fantastic. This is lovely. Let's see what's the probabilities and the forecast. So forecast states visibility of 8. That's normal. Few 1,500, scattered 3,000, broken 10,000. So in terms of clouds, not too bad. Probability of 40 until 17 UTC. So this is right about the time we'll be arriving. Variable. Low vis, thunderstorm and rain, few 0 to 5 CB. Okay, so here's my thing. Because we might get some thunderstorms there, I'm going to take a little bit of extra in terms of fuel, guys, and I'm going to take 5 tons of extra. And in fact, you know what? I will do the following. I'll probably do just edit the flight, so the 5 tons that I'll add as extra. 5 tons should add us about 30 minutes of flight time. So I go here into the fuel planning. I'm going to put weather fuel, 5,000, or I could put minutes. Yeah, 29 minutes. Seems fine. Let's do 5,000 dead. And I'm going to generate the flight again. So we're going to have to check for a couple of things. It's possible that our step climb is going to be slightly different. Let's use a blue pen. Yeah, it changed to AVLAD now, slightly ahead. To AVLAD. As you can see, we were here and now we're there, just because of the 5 tons. Okay, that seems fine. 47.8. I'll be probably rounded up to 48. Yeah, to 48. It's going to be 48. Whoops. 48, 10.8, so 11 on the diversion. This is all fine. We checked all of this. Just taking a couple of notes there. And we're still not overweight. And let's see, can I find the waypoint? Forgot the name. AVLAD. AVLAD. Here it is. Setup. Alright, weather situation is fine. Let's check a couple of NOTAMs here. Do we have a NOTAM? Wow, a single NOTAM for an international airport. This is beautiful, and basically it's just a visual docking guidance system. Love it. Destination airport. New signage. Seems fine, great. And alternate... Yeah, okay, some hours of operation. Lots of NOTAMs for the en route section. We're going to, of course, skip through those, and we're going to jump straight in for the significant weather. And to make our life easier, I'm just going to watch it here. So, there's a lot of stuff there. Okay, starting with this. Occasional CBs for level 440 on this area. Icing until flight level 280, not applicable to us, and this huge area is... where's the icon? There's a volcano there. 280 to 160, so not applicable to us as well. Then we have an area of clear air turbulence. This is going to be the most annoying, probably. Some occasional CBs in this area, and overall seems relatively fine. Headwind in the last section of the flight. Other than that, seems good. Let's check the SIGMATs. Thunderstorm embedded. This is the dangerous part, because embedded means they are inside of some of the other clouds. Top spot level 450, moving east-northeast, 20 knots, no change. Alright, seems fine. We do have a couple of them here as well. Embedded thunderstorm, top flight level 540, moving west-southwest, 10 knots, no change. This one is probably the same. Yep, top flight level 520. It's definitely fun. Alright, I think in terms of this preparation, we've got everything on. I'm pretty much ready. Let's start loading the plane, because I've already spent a lot of time. It's been already almost 40 minutes of just speaking. So let's do a fast load here. And I'll jump straight into the weights page to make our lives a little bit more simple. So, payload expected 30.9. Oh, I can write it. Good. 30.9, so that's going to be like that. Oops, no, that's total fuel. Total fuel is going to be 47,900. So 254.1 and 0 fuel weight CG seems about right. Let me move this just so slightly to the aft. Like that. And I'm going to write this into the sim. So fuel is loaded. Fuel pumps will be on and seatbelt sign is on. Great. Fantastic. So let's come back to here. Let's go to performance calc. Go from sim loading, flaps 10 for departure, rate the sim weather. And I'm gonna input some runway data. Runway heading is 1905, so I'll do 190, runway slope 0. Airport elevation is basically almost sea level, it's gonna be like 400 something. No, it's actually 8. It's literally 0. 0, the rest is done. Damp 30 degrees, QNH is correct, that's all fine. So, here are our results. With flaps 10, go V1 120, VR 132, and V2 149. I'm going to set the speed box. Step trim as 3.6 units. And initial pitch 17 degrees, optimum climb 301. Great. Very, very good. Alright, so we've set all of this. And we need to start prepping the rest of the airplane. Because we don't have a departure, I'll be doing it like this. I'll be putting a initial heading. Also, our V2 speed is 149. There we go, 149 is set. 6,000, I'm going to put 5,000 initially. And I just want to compare, do we have an initial climbing altitude here for the other? Below 10. Yeah, 5,000 seems like a good altitude. So 5,000 is set, that is set. We've got that. I want to change this to tracking ground speed. I want to see our ground speed and I want to see our wind on this one. And I'll leave this one on the status so we can monitor it. Great. Alright, that's all set. Set this. Put this up. Next goes the before start checklist, but because I've just finished loading the airplane, let's go to ground, let's close a few doors, and let's start our departure briefing. And because of that, I'm going to start the APU as well. So, start. Hold it a little bit. Light extinguishes, and it's fairly quick to start up. There it goes. Alright, well, guys, let's do a departure briefing then. Actually, I just forgot one last thing. I apologize. I forgot to set up Bangkok, which is 117.7. And on this one, I'll put 117.7 as well. I'll leave number 1 for now, and our airway course, our initial airway course is by our chart, was 28 something, I believe 298. Yep, 298. So course 298. So on this one, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll put the ILS in case we need to come back. 110.5. 110.5 and 1905. Alright, set. I like to have the minimum set at 1000 so it beeps when we should be stabilized. There's the radio altimeter, like 1,000 feet call out. And now I feel like I can start the briefing. Okay? Am I forgetting anything? I don't think so. Am I forgetting anything, guys? Wolf, apart from takeoff and landing, I wonder how the cruise workload differs from modern planes. It's just much more automated, in my opinion. Like the amount of things you have to be aware of is smaller, which is good. So that the way that you monitor the system is a little bit easier, that's for sure. And the navigation, of course, like the way you track the airplane today is not compared with how you would track the airplane back there. Airfest Airbus, какая у тебя схема выхода? Моя схема выхода будет просто вылететь прямо, завернуть направо и захватить Airway. Aviator is waiting for the pushback. What runway are you going to land on? Should be runway 02 in Kathmandu. I think that's runway 02. As much as I love doing retro ops in the sim, I'm glad things have advanced greatly these days, Stormy. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Alright guys, let's do departure briefing. You ready? I'm ready. We're flying flight Thai 309, Boeing 747-200 from Bangkok to Kathmandu. No temps are fine. The weather is checked. We do anticipate some en route situations, but other than that, seems good. Anti-ash not be required. I'm going to be running the weather radar on my side. We are parked at stand Sierra 105 on the new terminal, and we'll be departing runway 20 right. I don't want to say any mistakes, but yes, it is 20 right. So we'll be pushing back, facing towards the east. Correction, facing towards the west, and taxi via Hotel 6 into Hotel. Or actually could just continue into Delta. Delta, turn right. Yeah, into Delta, then Delta 4, Echo 3, cross runway 20 left, into 20 right, and departure on runway 20 right, full length. Okay, the runway is damp, wind is 220 at 5 knots, variable 180 with 240, visibility is good. We will be departing with takeoff power. We'll be rated 0.05 EPR decrease for engine safety management, because I've been noticing a couple of people on the Felis Discord saying they've got engine failures because they push the engines too hard. And we'll be using flaps 10 for departure, which will give us speeds of 120, 132, and 149 as V2. Okay, our departure, we don't have an SID, a published SID, so we'll depart in heading mode, straight ahead. We'll be climbing. We will do a thrust reduction at 800 feet, okay, and we'll start accelerating for a clean speed of 222, sorry, and then at 3000, because we don't have ATC, I could just accelerate to 300 knots for optimum climb. So yeah, straight ahead on runway heading, thrust reduction, and then probably once we pass like 1500 or 2000, or even maybe slightly further ahead to like 3000 feet, right hand turn so we can intercept the outbound radial to 908 for the Airway. Alright, we've got radio navs. 117.7 is set for Bangkok, and 110.5 for the ILS is set. We've got an indication for the ILS at DME 1.6. No indication of the Bangkok VOR because probably we're not airborne at this time. Special considerations, well, apart from the fact that we don't have any SID, seems all good. We've got the INS is nice and aligned. And in terms of abnormals, so rejected takeoff until 80 was stopped for any malfunction. Between 80 and V1, only significant malfunctions. All call reject, but the thrust through idle, apply maximum reverse. Maximum manual braking, because this airplane does not have an auto brake. Stop the airplane, set the parking brake, call cabin crew at stations, and then the advised ETC, and we'll assess the situation. Otherwise, we're going to continue straight ahead. I can confirm that the MSA in the airport is gonna be like close to 1,800 for us. There is a sector there that further than 20 miles out goes to 3,900, but if we're gonna keep ourselves on the other side, seems pretty good. We do have a lot of city here on this side, so yeah, need to pay attention to that. So if something goes wrong, I'm going to continue straight ahead over to the water, climbing to 3,000, then vector ourselves. We're not overweight, and other than that, I don't see any other considerations. So for me, the briefing is complete. If you guys have questions, please post them in the chat. We will get those going. Alright, so APU's been running. Let's get some APU bleed. Let's put some packs on for the passengers so we can cool down a little bit the cabin. Alright, I'm gonna put the beacon light to on, and let's start closing the rest of the doors. So ground, close this one. I'm gonna switch over to the APU. Great, now we're self-sustaining. And disconnect the jetway. Call better pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
I'm gonna go here.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving
And we'll
up.
do before start checklist. So, cockpit door is closed and it's locked now. Flight control hydraulic power is on and closed. Anti-skid on. Body gear steering armed. Auto brake, well, it's not armed. Seatbelt sign is on. Window heat is on. This checklist is very nicely organized, so you do flows. So if you noticed, so far we've been doing from here to here, and if you notice, now I'm going to start going down and then towards the engineering panel. Radio design as GPS, nav, and SED. Actually, it's on align mode, so I should put this to nav, nav, and nav because the light says ready. Glad that we did the checklist. Altimeter and flight instruments, we've got the same heading and the same altitude reading, so that's wonderful.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed.
Also,
Ready
our
to
ground speed is
set the
reading
parking brake.
0, 0. And lastly, let me just check here. It says 0 as well, so no drift. I'll leave this one on the status and let it go. Alright, autopilot panel, flight director's annunciator. So we've got autopilot set, heading mode is pre-selected, altitude. Right now I'm going to put vertical speed. Vertical speed out select. I'm going to put plus 1,000. Probably it will reset it, but still. That's set and indication is correct. Start levers are cut off and the zero lights, we did check that. Weather radar standby range is set. We've set the range to 25 for now. Passenger oxygen, this is on this side. Minimum 1,500 psi is checked. Galley power is off. Pack stuck pressure, packs are on now. Pressure is slightly lower because we've got all the packs running to get some air into the cabin for the passengers. Air-driven pump 1 or 2, we've got pump number 4 on for the pushback. And gross weight totalizer is correct with the correct amount of fuel, so that's fantastic. Pumps are being managed, beacon light is on, and start valve armament. Before start checklist complete, start sequence is going to be 4, 1, 2, 3, and we'll be ready for that. Sing Crash Flyer, hey, you are late, but you are just in time for the departure. Now I need to remove all of the stuff here. They said to put the parking brake on. Parking brake is on. Could that be the chocks? I mean, the parking brake is set. Ah, there they go. Good. Alright, very nice. I'm looking forward to this. Yep, it's INS, but we're not going to exactly use it like an INS. So...
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Alright, 1228 is what I wanted. Bangkok traffic, Thai 309 heavy, pushing back from stance 0105, Bangkok traffic. Parking brake is released, clear to push, we'll start 4, 1, 2, 3. Beautiful, let's start the timer here. And we're off, we're off. Let me note the fuel, 47.8. I'm going to actually note that on the OFP. And we're up. We are up. So we got the clearance to start. Let's just confirm it's all clear there. It's all clear there, and we can start. We're going to start number 4. So first things first, packs off. Duct pressure is looking good. And starting number 4. Start valve is open. Got rotation.
Okay, Airway 95, push back and start.
There's
So,
20. Fuel on.
West.
AGT on the rise. Once the first engine comes to life, we can start the other ones much quicker. Starter cutoff. Engine is coming to the stabilized, and that's a nice start. Let's go number 1. Start valve is open. We've got rotation. There's 20% fuel on. Oh boy, nice reflection. What the hell? Now we've got light up. Ah, I guess they messed up the reflections again. Nice, explain beta. Oh boy. Starter cutoff. Nice. Engine is coming to be stabilized, starting number 2. Start valve open. Got rotation. Pressures are all looking nicely as well. There's 20% fuel on and light up.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Parking brake is set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Whoops. Nice, and finally engine number 3. Start valve open. Rotation. Let's go and disconnect. %, fuel on. Also, I'm not running real time, otherwise it would be completely pitch black. So, I hope you guys can understand that.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
Thank you very much. See you next time. Bye-bye. Alright, very good. Seems like the engines are being stabilized. I'm going to put already everything to flight start. Probes are going to come to on. Start warning, power off. Interesting. Why though, we'll see in a minute. Alright, let's connect the gens. Close, 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 close. This goes to close. APU bleed off, APU off. And Gen 1 seems good. Let's go galley power on. Packs slowly. To on, isolation valve to normal. Cargo heat normal. Hydraulics on. flaps 1, 5, 10. Trim 3.6 units set. Check the flight controls. I missed the hand signal. There's full up, there's full down, there's full left, full right, neutral, and rudder full left, rudder full right, and neutral. After start checklist, start valve off, gens on, no lights, galley power on, packs air conditioning are all set. Aft cargo heat is normal. Hydraulics auto and normal. Ignition, flight start, NTI is not required, probe heat on, stabilizer 3.6 units set, I'm gonna need to put the nose down thing, and rudder and aileron trim. We've got neutral here and neutral there. After start checklist is complete. Very good. That was not a very nice pushback. Did I just deployed it. Alright, let's get some lights and get us going. Yeah, man, come on, that was not a nice pushback. We could have been pushing back.
Rocker 1856 to holding point runway 0 to right via Hotel 3, Golf, Delta, Echo 3 and Foxtrot 1.
Nice, okay. Tokai, hey! Good to see you here. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty well. I'm excited. The brakes are released. Let's go. Bangkok traffic 5309 heavy is taxiing behind the 737. Could go straight ahead, I think, here. As we are on Delta. Are we not on Delta? Pretty sure we are on Delta. Yeah, I'll just continue straight ahead. Alright, brake checked.
661, taxi to
Brakes are checked. And off we go. We have ground speed indication here, that's wonderful. Yeah. I'm very, very excited for this flight. The size difference is just incredible. Also, we've got a couple of water patches here running through the airport, but we can taxi over them safely. I did test it, and I hope they're gonna be fine even on the stream. Hey there, you're holding in runway 20 right. Okay. Okay. Tokai, how are you feeling? How are you doing as well? Are you excited for this flight? It's gonna be a cool one. Alright, let's go weather radar to on. Normal. So that reads it. Let's do a taxi checklist. Flight controls were checked. Speed brake is down. Flaps 10. Green light. Altimeter and flight instruments. We've got QNH 1010 set. Reading the same, and headings are the same as well. We've got annunciated lines. None shown. They are checked. Takeoff speed and bugs. We've got V1 at 120, 132, and 149 for V2, which is set correctly. EPR mode, we've got TOD set, EPR mode selected with a decrease of 0.05. Weather radar is on. Takeoff briefing straight ahead on runway heading until 800 for thrust reduction, then 3000 for acceleration, then right hand turn to intercept the radial to 908 of Bangkok VOR. Briefing reviewed, taxi checklist is complete. Alright, let's get a move on here.
Scooter 661, cross runway 20 left.
Synchronous let's watch out for bakery trucks. And man, yeah, I mean, we're quite far away from them, so luckily there are a couple of trucks with Austin's vegan food there, but the weird thing of taxiing the 747, clear left, clear right, is that you are sitting so high up that when you are taxiing at 15 knots of ground speed, feels like you're taxiing at 2 knots of ground speed, which is very, very fun. Alright. And yeah, we are back to the big boys again, I guess. But it's fun, I'll take the water lines. No big deal. Is that a Scoot 787? Yeah, that's a Scoot 787, an MD-80. Cool. Alright, please don't fall inside the water. It should be fine. Whew. You know, it's I tested this, but you never know. You never know. Clear right, clear left. You never know. Did I just got disconnected? Where everybody just went? Oh, timeout. I just disconnected from the remote host. Has closed the connection. Why is that? VATSIM just crashed? Yeah, but VATSIM just crashed. Wow. The thigh livery, I agree. I love the way it looks. I think it looks great. Clear right, clear left. It looks great on the 747. Absolutely. Alright, look at this. I mean, if you don't see the speed at which we are taxiing, how far are we going now? 20? Maybe 20? 20 something, I don't know. 26. Clear right, clear left. I think I'll continue straight ahead here. We can continue on Delta until the very end and then just do one turn. Ah, never mind, this is already the turn. Delta 4. Delta 4. Yep.
Delta 464, taking off from runway 20 right.
There goes the aviator with the Delta. Clear right. Clear-ish left. Clear on that side. Let's see if there is no one taxiing from that side as well. Yeah, that side's clear.
Number 185, crossing runway 02 left. Correct? 20 left.
Nice. See if there's anybody on approach. Yeah, there is one traffic on approach for running 19er. I'll probably have to wait because there is too many people up ahead. Where's the traffic landing? There he is. A350. Very modern. Gonna have to wait. There goes Aviator with the MD-80. Set the parking brake here. Lights off. And Bangkok traffic type 309 holding point Echo 3 for runway 20 left. Waiting to cross. I wanted to take a picture with the Thai A350, but I feel like with the water, it feels a bit weird. Bam. I mean, screw the water. Clear right side, let's get some lights on, strobes on. Gonna put transponder to TAR right. Gotta move on here. And Aviator Vlad Airport Enhancement Package V2 made the water lines go in my sim. I highly recommend it. Alright, well, maybe I'll try it. Bangkok traffic, flight 309, crossing runway 20 left, Echo 3. Come on, you can move. There goes the Scoot 787. Clear right. Strobes are on.
Knock Air 185, line up and wait, runway 20 right.
Clear left as well. And there he goes. Beautiful. Strobes off. Bangkok traffic 5309 heavy, runway 20 left vacated. Parking brake set, lights off. See how much are we on the fuel. 46.8. We've burnt a ton just by being on the ground. That is impressive. That is impressively scary, I must admit. That's a nice livery, by the way. Where's the A350? There it is. Alright, let's go before takeoff checklist. Packs, we're gonna leave them on. Brakes, temps.
Knock Air 185.
They're fine. Transponder TA, alright. Lights, strobes are gonna come on again now. I'm gonna put all the lights on. Cabin. Cabin cruises for departure. Body gear steering. Last item. Brakes released. Let's go. Funnel clear. Bangkok traffic 5309 heavy, landing up runway 20 right. What a wing, what a view this is. This is incredible. Just feels so perfect. Ekaterina, hello. Welcome. Давай, РФСР, вас, тебе приятного полета. There it goes. There he goes. Yeah, taxing, I mean turning and looking is not the best idea, right? There he goes. I'm trying to not use any power to taxi. Because anyways we're going to have to wait a little bit on the runway to give him some space. Alright, stop here. Body gear steering disarmed. Everything is ready. You guys are ready? Let's give him a minute. Cooler gave us the takeoff okay. I just love it. Thank you very much for all of you who pursued or who converted me into getting this airplane, because it's freaking insane.
Knock Air 185. After takeoff, climbing flight level 380, area 1 Echo.
Alright, he's departing. Let's go. Bangkok traffic, type 309 heavy, rolling runway 20 right, Bangkok traffic. Let's go 40%. Chrono on. Sound up. Toga. EPR. EPR set. Indications normal. Good airspeed alive. Yeah. There's 80 knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate, Europe. Initial pitch was 17 degrees, remember? Maintain runway heading. Pitch down slightly. There's 800. Climb. Alright, let's do Command A, vertical speed, altitude selection. We will do plus 1,000, so it can accelerate. Speed is checked, let's go flaps 5. Gear off. Lights off, outboard off. Bangkok traffic type 309 heavy, airborne passing 2000 on runway heading, last call. Very good. So we want clean speed 224 until 3000. And there is a almost speed check for flaps 1. Speed is checked flaps 1. Absolutely beautiful. And approaching clean speed. Just increase the rate of climb a little bit. Switch over to IS map. Flaps up. Oops. Ah, missed the retraction there. There we go, so 5,000, I'm going to continue climbing. 380. Do we got Bangkok finally? 117, yes we got. Let's listen to it. Past 3,000, let's go back to vertical speed. I need to listen to that again. Oh, that's a complex one. So let's start with 250 knots. Heading, right heading. Yeah, okay, that's identified. I need to remove the yoke, otherwise I don't see it. Alright, let's do a heading intercept here for the Airway. Approaching 250. And IS mode, after takeoff checklist. I think we have it. Yep, landing gear up and off, no lights, flaps up, no lights, ignition off, packs on, pressurization working, altimeters. Transition altitude is 11,000, so we can wait. We can wait for that. And then lights at 10,000 feet. Still have altitude to go. Humidifier will be on for at cruise altitude. Yay! We're going great. Now, because we don't need the ILS, at least for now, I might switch this to the next VOR. Let's go to our nav log. Next VOR is going to be 112.6. Tune that in. Should probably be non-identifiable now. Look at that, beautiful. Over the water, we made the I'm missing the name. We made the noise abatement procedure as well. Beautiful, everything is working nice. The ground speed is correct. Wind 125 at 11 seems fine. Beautiful. Stormy Man flags SRS. Yeah. Oh boy. That's a cool one. So I'm now watching the needle for the VOR. For VOR 1, right this one. Okay, so we're flying almost directly to the VOR. We could do a fix-to-fix to proceed more or less direct to where we need. And a fix-to-fix is a trick. It's a very interesting trick. So let me try to search this. So turret, at what distance turret is? 70 miles. So 70 miles. So I can cut the heading a little bit, probably initially to like 310 to be honest. Past 10,000 by the way as well, so lights off, the logo off. Let's accelerate to 300. Was the speed 301? Let's go to 300. Vertical speed, drop the nose. set. Altitude selected. EPR. So I'll keep flying on this heading right now. This is how it works. So at what distance are we from the airport? We are 12 miles, right? So we imagine that the center right here is the station. What is our radial we are on? We are now passing radial 2, I mean it's gonna be like 220 in a second, so 220 is right here. And we are at 10 miles. We wanna be at 7 miles on this radial, at 70, sorry. So if this would be the center of the station and this would be 70 miles on the radial 220 at 10 would be somewhere along here. So we would need to fly from here to here. And if we transpose this line that I just did, it actually is already pretty much the heading that I'm pointing towards, which is great. And also it is great because, I mean, not only great, but we would have to take into account the wind situation. But it's not too significant, the wind, and also the wind is basically pushing us from here. So, yeah, it might take a little bit of extra time, but not much. Alright, transition altitude, QNH. Standard is set. Standard is set. We're almost on the time. Or on the speed, should I say. And IS mode on. Let's come here and set up the QNH to 992. 380 set. And we're climbing. Ah, lovely. I am happy. Cooler. The hand flying on the Felis always feels so lovely. It is true. However, what I don't adore is like the power. It's probably like that in the real airplane. I don't know, but the way the power is put is not. It's like a little bit sensitive for my liking on the approach, or perhaps it's just my controls. Probably it's just my controls, but yes, absolutely. Right, we're doing great here. Everything seems fine. I didn't forget anything. We're doing good. Do we see the guys on the TCAS? Let's see. Range 40. Yeah, we have one traffic there. We'll leave it like this on the range 40. Oh, look. The needle is starting to come to life for the next VOR. We'll see. LPCP plane spotting. Hey, welcome to the live stream. Great to see you here. How are you doing? That's fine. Aviator Vlad, I know you don't love MD series, but you need to try. It feels like something different than any other airplane. I don't know, like, is the default MD-80 from X-Plane good? Because if it is, I could try and do something with it, but I don't want to purchase an MD airplane just to try it. I'm very excited, like I'm a million times excited for the 737-200 because I have, like, we're gonna do so many things. We're gonna have to put India on pause, at least partially, but we're gonna fly to Canada, we're gonna fly to those gravel strips, we're gonna do some Southwest ops, because I want to do some Southwest ops, it just feels amazing. We're gonna have to do some, there was something else that I was really playing, oh yeah, milk run with Alaska. I want to do the full milk run in full hardcore mode with the 737-200. That is gonna be insane. I'm very, very excited for that. And I also love this view with the two engines. And I'm happy that the cockpit's not dark. So now let's say we now have to cross-check again if what we looked for is correct. So we're approaching radial 290, right? And we are at 30 miles, so radial 290 is here, 70 is here, 30 is here. If I do this and I join these lines and I transpose it into a heading, it still is more or less the same heading. So we're doing good. I'm doing a fix-to-fix on a 7.4. CDI is just alive. You just see it moving. So we're now on a very shallow intercept, and we should be intercepting it closer to 70 miles, which is exactly at the waypoint Tared. Or maybe we intercepted a little bit early, but I'm fine with that. Totally fine with that. Fuel temps are all good. Fuel amount 41, damn. This thing just burns. This thing just eats fuel. Also accelerating pretty fast into the Mach number. So I'm looking for that. Once we reach about Mach 0.79, I'm going to switch over to the Mach number for the climb. Yeah. Default one is already good. The rotate MD-80 is better, I believe, but it's not an airplane I'm really excited for, so I don't think I'll be going for it. Let's put range to 50. Scan mode. Doesn't seem to be doing anything here, but it's on normal. Gain is on auto. That's some terrain clutter. I'll leave it like this for now. Almost intercepting. Alright, I'll be switching over to Vorlock in a second. Catched it 50 nautical miles away. That wasn't bad. Mach 72 as we pass flight level 260. And I mean, it's been pretty quiet, but I see some clouds up ahead. I don't know if I want to switch off the passenger seatbelt sign, but let's do it for now. Let's do Vorlock. Sync the heading. .6 is next. It's actually extremely useful. Let me show you here. I just now noticed this. You have the ident codes on this page, which is very, very nice. Do you have it on the UFB as well? Perhaps you have. No, you don't have it. You just have the frequency. But we'll be setting up the fuel stuff here. Anyway, the ident is correct. Check this out. Yep, that's absolutely correct. Excellent. Sync the heading. Mach 75. Yeah, we have some clouds there, but they do not seem to be developed vertically. Also, we're at 63, almost 64 miles out. Approaching Mach 79. Yeah, I'm very excited for the 737-200. In fact, I sent a message to Jack, and I wasn't expecting, but he actually replied. I sent him a message stating if he's going to release anything for content creators, and I was willing to purchase the airplane to support him, because I remember that he just said that he went through some health problems and so on, so I just thought if we could get like a hold of it for 70 miles. So we just crossed the waypoint turret. We officially completed our departure, and that's great. And that means I'll probably take some notes here. So we passed turret. What's our fuel situation? 40.2. Let's take a note. Seems like we've burned a bit more than we expected. Interesting. I hope it's going to be fine. Alright, almost Mach 79. There's Mach 79, let's switch over to Mach number. And now it will keep as a Mach number the rest of the climb. Static air temperature is minus 33, which is flight level 300, minus 33 is not that cold. Yeah, it's not that cold, wow. It's pretty hot actually. And the weird thing is, we've got the next VOR on, but it's not showing a DME, and my question is it because the next VOR doesn't have a DME and it's only a VOR, or it's because something is going on with the simulator? So let's check. We just passed here, we have 86 miles until Betno. From Betno, we're gonna have to intercept a radial. This one right here. For this VOR DME. Yeah, weird. We already identified it. DME elevation. Oh, this is very useful for DME updating on the INS. That's nice. And yeah, interesting. What's the total air temp? Minus 8. You know what? This is time for some engine anti-ice. Because I don't like the way this cloud is looking and the temperatures that we have here. So I'd prefer to have this with a safe stuff. We could ident the DME as well. Where is the DME here? There's no DME. Should be a DME one. That's marker, PA, ADF, HF, VHF. Okay, well, screw it then. Into the soup we go. Let's put some seatbelt signs on. Bravo Golf Oscar DME is interceptable from 170 miles away. Alright, so probably we're just too far away still. But we're doing good. We're doing very good. We are doing very good. And I can pre-select the course here. And the course will be... Does it say the course here? No, it doesn't state the course. Okay, so I need the navlog. Let's check the navlog here. So until Betno, we do the switch over. And from Betno, we're gonna fly to 322 roughly, I guess. I mean, it's basically direct to the station, wherever it is. 146. The reciprocal of 146 is going to be 326. There's your answer. 326. Seems good to me. 326. Let's pre-select this on the outer course. Set. 326 and Betno will be at... This is going to be 86 plus 70. So it'll be 156 miles out of waypoint Betno. Alright, flight level 370 in a second. And I'm a little bit afraid of the fuel situation, to be fair, because we've burned through a lot. And this is the Felis. This is the Felis airplane. We didn't do any changes of weight. We assumed with the extra fuel. So I don't know what's going on there with the fuel, but once we hit cruise, I think I don't want to be cruising with Mach 0.85. I think I might be cruising a little bit slower. Okay, minus 50, good. Engine NTI is not required anymore. So change to altitude selection. Nav, I'm going to leave the EPR mode for now, because we want the airplane to start accelerating. Minus 50, total minus 23. We should be fine now. There's 38, there's the speed. And yep, 38. Let's go to altitude hold. Switch this to speed mode. And change this to cruise. And there we go, we got DME on the second one. Fantastic. РФСР Басфух, я забрался на 380. Неплохо. Course 324, 323 something. When I select 224 or 323, I just sit into the viewer perfectly. Okay. Seems good to me. Yeah, 326 is almost there. It's soon. It got dark suddenly, but no returns on the weather radar. This is the weird part. Like, we are in the cloud, and even if I put like max gain, let's put some max gain, it still does not return anything. I'll leave it on auto. Got really dark suddenly. Mach 0.83. Yeah, let's leave it there. Mach 0.83. We need some light here. It really got dark. Minus 15. Should be no problem with the icing at this altitude. And I said 168 on the distance, right? 156. 156, so it's just about, almost about now. .56. And I want to check the fuel situation as well. So 38.5. Speed is good. Traffic in front of me. Okay. Might be out climbing him soon. Looks like we could start to turn about now. Heading mode, let's switch to the VOR. Yeah, almost. I'll leave it in heading mode for now, and then switch over to the VOR. Yay, back to the bright sky, good. .38.3. Right in the point. 156, and we are about to intercept. Okay, let me switch this to VOR look. Nav. 55, 56, now. 38.2 on the fuel. So 38.2 on the fuel, we crossed Betno. 38.2. Okay, this is a little bit better than the forecast we had above, because that's a ton less. This is 0.6 less. This is a little bit better. Still below what we have, but we're running extra fuel, so we should be okay. Alright, synchronize the heading. I should be right in front of an airplane. There he is, 737. And our step climb was supposed to be at Avled, so that's a little bit ahead. So we cross Betno, Pumac, Bravo Golf Oscar, so that's after we pass Bravo Golf Oscar. So we have still a little bit of time to pass. So right now we're flying here. Pumac 102. Alright. Seems fine. Seatbelt sign off. We left the clouds, and we can safely enjoy some views. Okay. Aviator Lifestyle. Hi. How are you? I'm doing good. How are you, man? Thanks for coming by. It's great to see you here. Congratulations on becoming a commercial pilot. Thank you very much. It still feels a little bit unreal. To be fair, I don't think I yet understood completely what just happened. To be fair, it's incredible. It's quite incredible. It's been a long journey, and yeah, it's wow. It's quite amazing. Let's go to number 1, nav mode. Should keep the heading. So yeah, I'm very like processing yet. It didn't hit me. 113.4. I'll leave 113.4 for the next one. But I'm happy. It's been a long journey from like the beginning. Very thankful for having this opportunity, and it's been honestly a blessing. Very awesome. And I'll keep you guys posted because what's coming next is my MCC training. So I'll be hopping on into the simulator to learn how to fly in a multi-crew airplane, because so far like the entire training you do is on a single pilot airplane. And to become an airline, or to have an airline transport pilot license, you have to have the MCC course. And I'll be doing that. We're going to Budapest into the, it's called Seamast Academy. They have a large training center. It's basically, it exists, or like, it's Wizz Air pilots who do the training there, which is really cool. So a lot of active pilots, typewriting instructors, senior first officers, so on, which is really awesome. So I'm very excited for that. I'll post some pictures later on for you guys, which is good. Aviator, you think the X-Plane's weather radar is very insensitive? Possibly. I'm not sure. But I think something with the some of the updates that there were done broke it, because I do remember that it was working quite well. But again, if you come here and I have this on NextRad, it doesn't show anything. So if that's just high-level clouds are not supposed to be shown. So you have to have liquid water. In fact, you guys remember we did this. But I was just thinking that it's a little bit weird that even with the tilt down, basically it was just returning ground clutter. Or maybe it wasn't ground clutter. Yeah, look, perhaps it was actually returning something, because right now, I mean, we're pointing nose up and the reading was different. Okay, we got some readings there. That's fine. That's fine. And dude, this plane is flying fast. Very fast. So Pumac is 102 miles. We have 20 miles to go. We crossed Betno. Betno was like 170 something, right? That was very fast. I feel like this flight, these 3 hours, will be very intense, which is awesome. I'm excited for it. From there, we're gonna fly outbound 319 until the next one, 113.4, which I already pre-selected. So, yeah. Stormy, definitely will catch up with the 737 ahead. Oops. Yep, I will. I will probably overtake him, but we'll be climbing over him soon. In fact, we're getting way too close, I think. So, let's see, what could I do here? I mean, I could climb higher already. Let me do a very quick assessment of the situation here. So we're supposed to be climbing out there to Avlet. We are 112 miles to Bravo Golf Oscar. What's the distance here? 9164. So yeah, that's like almost 200 miles. That's more than 200 miles until our step climb. So what I could do is, I'm just thinking, This is why I thought I was going first, because I knew this would happen. And I was sure that I would catch up with him at some point. So we'll see. We'll see. Probably I'll start just climbing very slowly to flight level 400, which is not ideal, but it's fine-ish. РФСР вас, да, тебя догоню. Поэтому я думал вылететь первым, потому что я ожидал, что это произойдет. Stormy, do you have to sort the MCC out yourself? Is it part of the program you're doing? Not sure how it works in Europe. So, Stormy, great question. By the way, 102 miles, just give me a moment. 36.9, 36.9, 36.9. Okay, so that's still 0.6. Fine, I'll deal with it. So originally, when I went into the course, my flight school was still building the simulator for the Airbus A330, A320, so that when you would finish the main commercial license, you would hop on into the MCC and do the MCC inside your normal progress. So it was supposed for me to do the MCC with my flight school. However, the company that did the simulator and so on is not exactly fast in doing that, and it's not exactly a simple process in terms of certification. There is a lot of, like a simulator, it's much more complex than I thought originally, and that's actually very interesting because they almost treat it as a real airplane. So you have a logbook, you have certain maintenance that you have to perform. The way that the performance is done is like very meticulous. The way that, I mean, there's like a bunch of criteria that you have to comply with so your simulator is certified. And so they've been running kind of like in and out with that, and it's been delayed. It's been delayed for a while already. So unfortunately, I will not be doing it with my flight school. I mean, I say unfortunately, but it's not exactly unfortunately, because you never know. And I'm actually a little bit happy that I'll be going away from my flight school for a little bit, so I can meet with other people. I can get some contacts in. I'll be able to travel a little bit. And so yes, from this point, because the MCC is not inside of my flight school, I have to sort it out for myself. I'm also doing the modular course, and the modular course, you basically can do everything however you want. So you start with the PPL. You might do a PPL in an Aero Club, and then just hop on into the modular course, do the rest of the stuff like night rating, hour building, and so on. And it's like much more of a puzzle rather than a one structured school program. It can be one, but it doesn't require to be one. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. РФСР вас, ну ладно, на точке БГО разойдемся. Тебя после БГО будет другой маршрут? So the 737 pilot is saying that on Bravo Golf Oscar we're gonna have different routes, and yep, we're gonna fly into this different waypoints. Actually, you know what? Oh, look, Aeroflot 580. Where is he flying? To Bangkok. Wow, dude, look at this. Whoa, that's pretty awesome. РФСР вас, может, ты, кстати, уже можешь даже сделать спрямление на точку Отада, тогда тебе будет проще даже, и сразу сможешь от меня отодвинуться. So I think you can make a direct to Otada right here. This way you'd start to cut some space already, and you'll get some better separation from me. Спасибо. Thank you. So yeah, there goes that. yes, aviation lifestyle. So you're going to the MCC course on the A320, right? Yes, it's going to be on the A320. They're also available on different airplanes. You can do it on a 737, you can do it on a King Air, or you can do it on something that's like, it's like, I can't even explain you this, but it looks, imagine an average airline airplane. So what does it have? It has like a flight computer, it has the PFD, it has all of that, but that doesn't exist. But it's like an average model, which has the average systems, and you can do the MCC course in something like that as well. I want to do it on the A320 because I have the opportunity, and doing it with that SimNest Academy, which has a lot of Wizz Air pilots, I believe I could grasp a little bit of knowledge from the A320 as well. And now inside the MCC you have different types of MCC as well. You have the basic MCC, then you have the jet-oriented course, which teaches you some extra things about jet flying, energy management, and so on. Then you have the APS MCC, which stands for Airline Pilot Standards, where you actually learn some extra stuff, like you learn how to program the flight computer, you learn how to program the like more system knowledge. You learn SOPs that are specific to some airline. It could be like, if I would do the APS MCC in SimNest, I would be learning the SOPs from Wizz Air. If I would do it with a flight school that has a partnership with EasyJet, then I would be learning the SOPs from EasyJet, and so on. If you would do 737 MCC APS, then it would do probably something like Ryanair, or so on. And then you have like the top level MCC, which is called the mentored one, which is basically, I think it's one of a kind, some sort. It's like a more complex APS MCC that Ryanair does, but essentially to do that one you have to pass a selection process. So you are somewhat already inside of the company partially. You have, of course, later still the obligation to do the typewriting and so on, but like the first step is going to be that mentored APS MCC from Ryanair. So yeah, it depends very much on what are your plans, what is your financial status, because all of this costs money and it's not exactly cheap. So that plays a role, of course. It also depends on the time that the market is out there. So yeah, but I'm pretty looking forward. Like, I'm very looking forward to do that with SimNest. So it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. I'll be posting some pictures and I'll let you guys know. It's gonna be 5 days, so it will pass quickly. It's gonna be great. Stormy, oh my god, Sam, I never knew how complex the sims actually are when I was doing my MCC in the 747. I remember we had some issue and it took quite a bit of work to sort it out. Yes, Stormy, that was it. Did you do the MCC on the 747? Whoa! Now that is a very impressive way to do an MCC course. I thought all they had to do was press a few buttons on the software to reset stuff, but nope. No, man, those are almost airplanes. Like, the level of complexity of those simulators is incredible, and at least the one that is in my flight school is not even a full motion sim. So imagine the full motion sims, it's even more complex. But like the pedestal right here, down here, is from a real airplane, the side sticks are from a real airplane. I think the front panel autopilot is not from a real airplane, overhead is also not, but man, it's like they have to do all of that, and then it's like the legislation part and the certification part is crazy. Slow Power, hey, how are you doing? Did you end up figuring out what was the problem with the 737 you had there? Stormy, the issue was something to do with the engine 2 not receiving fuel, and I'm like, how is that not something fixable via software? Yep. Yeah, that's true. Stormy, so you are flying right now, somewhere out there, right? What airplane are you flying? And what continent? So we keep your oh my god. We'll keep you anonymous, so we'll not talk about your company. But just out of curiosity. And RFS Airbus said just look left. Yeah, we should be able to see him actually. Ah, crap. Ah, there he is. There he is. Wait, I want to take a picture. I want to take a picture. I lost him again. Dude, where is he now? Oh, don't tell me he just disappeared. I think he just disappeared. I wanted to take a picture with him. Oh. Oh, no, there he is. Okay, wait. Take 2. It's getting quite far away, though. Can't see it again. What the hell? Alright, well, rip. Anyways, that's cool. And there's one airplane somewhere there. Whoa. That's awesome. Alright, speed is good. We have 8 miles to go. Let's go. Heading mode on. Course 319. Adjust the heading just a little bit. Just went through the cone of confusion. Not a lot of wind here. 211 at 18. Yeah, you see? That's the cone of confusion. That's why you get that reading. All messed up. And now it's going to be extremely sensitive, so we're going to ignore it for a little bit. Going to keep on our heading. And then we'll do the adjustments. I'll stabilize this a little bit more. And you notice that the DME never read 0. You know why the DME never read 0? Because the DME reads what's called the slant range. Slant range, imagine you have a piece of string. One side of the string is attached on the station, the other side is attached on your airplane. That's how DME distance is measured. So when you fly over DME, that piece of string is still has some distance. That distance will be your altitude. And imagining that the altitude or the elevation of the DME station would be sea level, that means that as we're flying at flight level 380 and accounting that each nautical mile is 6,000 feet, if we divide 38 by 6, it's going to be something like 6 and 6.2 maybe, 6.3. And that's almost what we got there. We never got below 6. Alright, I can get back to VOR nav. In fact, you know what? I'm going to just leave it on heading for a little bit longer because we're still quite close and it's still quite sensitive, so I don't like very much how aggressive It is for the intercept. And we also crossed the station, 34.7. 34.7. Probably was 34.8, but I'm not sure. Right, back to nav mode. Slow power. Oops, gotta go. Good flight. Alright, man. Thanks for tuning. So, right, still under training. Just finished my MCC not too long ago, and now just waiting to see which fleet my company puts me for the type rating. Ah, never mind. I remember. I remember your company. You are a certain large company in Asia. Reason why it was the 747 because it's the least used sim in our company. All the other sims are in high demand. Well, can't be wasted on us trainees. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. But dude, that's freaking awesome. Imagine doing your MCC on a 747. That's one in a time. It's one in a time. I mean, because they are rare. I mean, 747s right now, they are rare. And having an opportunity to fly on anything related to 74 is just insane. The flight instructor that soloed me and was basically like my main flight instructor in my early times and throughout my PPL, he's now flying 747s in Asia as well. Not too far off from you. Aviator, 747 means you're blessed by your company. I would say, basically. And they have a bunch of other airplanes as well, so flying 74s in the current times where they are basically no longer being produced is freaking insane. Stormy, 100% crazy lucky. You know, I don't think it's always based on luck, but yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, so we just crossed the Bago VOR. We're going to continue on it for a little bit. And in fact, we'll continue on it until basically switching over to the next VOR because it's the same direction. So set this, I want to see what's the midpoint at which we would probably turn over. So we've got 91 here to Nivog and 64. And then we've got 196. Holy cow. 196. So that's, that will be 19, 5, 2. That's 320, correction, 351 nautical miles. Holy cow. That is 175 miles out that we have to switch over. So we have a little bit, man, the plane is flying fast. It is funny, because if this would be an A320, I'd be just like sitting with my arms crossed, talking with you, maybe doing some other stuff. But because you have to pay attention to fuel, to what's your next radio, how to anticipate, when to turn, all of that stuff, it is quite of a workload. I felt like I didn't even stop yet, and I've been up for 1 hour, almost 54 minutes of flight. Damn. Crash Flyer, hey, I'm back. Sorry, I got a call from work and I had to take care of something quickly. No problem. What's the plane do? Crash Flyer, what do you mean there? What do you mean? Alright guys, I feel like I need to go very quickly to the loo. So, I'll leave you with this beautiful opening here. Or you know what, no, you guys are going to be good co-pilots. I'll leave you here on the co-pilot seat. And I'll be back in 10 minutes, correction, in 5 minutes. Or maybe even less. To continue the flight, and I'm going to start exploring the INS because I want to learn the INS. I feel like I know the basic of the INS, but I want to explore a little bit more. So, give me 5 minutes and I'll be back. Be good co-pilots. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I see the plane is in one piece. And that's a great job on you guys. So, synchronous fire, what did the plane do? So far, nothing significant, and that's excellent. So, I'm totally happy with it. Now, this is a slightly long flight, I said. Slightly. It is supposed to be 3 hours, actually 2 hours and 50. I just want to say 3 hours. I think it will be 3 hours, just because of the way we did our departure, and perhaps the arrival is going to be a little bit more lengthy. You will see why in a second. So, already 1 hour passed by. We basically haven't stopped. So here is my suggestion. You guys tell me if you agree with me, but I think it's a good way. I would already start preparing the descent. So I'd already leave the descent calculation fully ready. So this way, when we hit that point, we already get the briefing done very quickly. We already know our plan of action, and we just go and do it. So I don't know if you would agree with me, but we still have 75. Actually, we have like 67 miles to fly until we change over to the next VR station, which we probably already can listen to, but I'll wait a little bit more before we do that. Right now we are right here, which is honestly already basically mid-flight. So yeah, let's start by looking at the charts, okay? Let's go into Kathmandu. And to start with Kathmandu, simply, what is with Kathmandu? So what's interesting with Kathmandu? Kathmandu is located in a valley, and it's surrounded by very steep terrain, like very steep terrain. You can probably even see Mount Everest out of Kathmandu, and it's in the middle of the city. It has terrain all around it. It looks absolutely stunning, but at the same time, for planes, it's deadly. And there's been some aviation incidents and accidents there. So we need to understand very much what and where are we going. Not only is it located in the middle of a lot of terrain, it is also located very high. Airport elevation is 4,395 feet. So that is quite significant. Why is that significant? Because we'll lose performance. As we go higher, we'll lose performance. And if we lose performance, we'll lose climb gradient. And in a place where there is a lot of terrain, that can be very, very dangerous. So, this is why this approach is going to be interesting. We'll see why in a minute. So starting with this, let's just read this part. So airport qualification, mountainous terrain, steep approach and departure gradients, host nation imposed simulator-based familiarization requirements. Of course, I did all of this, so we can continue. Class Charlie airspace surrounds airport, so controlled airspace, and MSA based on the airport, guys, is 10,500 on this quadrant, 11,600 on this one, and to the northern side, guys, 21,100. Okay, so this is fun. This is definitely fun. As you can see, we will be approaching from this side right here. We'll be entering over this valley roughly, aligning ourselves with the runway, and then for a final approach. Missed approach is also very, very interesting. Let's check the weather stuff. Tribhuvan International Airport is located in central Nepal in the Kathmandu Valley and is surrounded by the world's highest mountains. The higher Himalayan mountain range is to the north, while the lower Mahabharat range is to the south. Land around the immediate airport area is fairly level, with some cultivated fields mixed between urban development. The northeast terrain rises to 9,072 feet MSL within 7 nautical miles. Guys, it's 7 nautical miles, okay? 7 nautical miles on a 3-degree descent is 2,200 feet. To the south-southeast terrain rises to 9,071 feet MSL within 8 nautical miles. Okay, it's MSL. I forgot the airport is at 4,400 roughly. So, all right, still quite significant. It's 3,000 feet. To the west-southwest, terrain rises to 8,379 feet MSL within 7 nautical miles. Expect downdrafts near the airport. The higher landing minimums or special mission approach procedures are designed to allow for clearance of high terrain near the airport. Birds are in the vicinity of the airport. Circling to land restrictions exist at this airport. Restricted area, Victor November restricted Theme Qatar, is located approximately 1 nautical mile east-southeast, and restricted area, Victor November Romeo Sital Niwas, is located within 3 nautical miles northwest of the airport. Seasonal data represents average monthly values. Remarks. Obstruction to visibility, highest incidence, mostly due to fog, occurs from October to April, so we passed it, averaging 18 days per month during that period. Broken ceilings is the predominant sky condition from June through September. Okay, so we are right now in May, so amount of precipitation, 56 millimeter, more or less okay. 2.2 inches, auto precipitation, 4 days, thunderstorms, definitely we catch one of that day. IMC 8% of the time. Prevailing winds west 7 knots, lowest temperature 14, highest temperature 24. Okay, seems good. Now we will be going for runway 02. Visual vertical guidance provided by PAPI, 3 degrees. Okay, so we need to remember this. We can, if we will be able to see the PAPIs. If we get into the PAPIs, means we are good on the 3 degrees descent, and you'll see why this is important for us on left side of the runway. This is a preferred runway for arrivals. This runway has a displaced threshold, resulting in a landing distance beyond threshold of 2,774 meters. Sounds good to me. Now, so what are we going to be doing? We're going to be arriving at Point Romeo, as I already told you guys. Flight level 150, which seems good, or by ATC. Flight level 150 for us seems absolutely fine, considering that we'll have to descend to even lower to Guras waypoint. And this would be page 10-2 Golf, effective from the 19th of May of 2022. Yeah. Oh, and sorry guys, I missed a couple of your message. Aviator, we will dive the plane to see when our captain is away. No, you will not do that. Sorry, when you are back, do take a look on the side pillar where there is this black cross. Guess what it's used for? You mean this one? No idea, but I see already this crash flyer replied it's used to adjust the eye level in order to see out of the aircraft, to have the correct view from the cockpit. Isn't these ones as well? It's a crash flyer. It'll be faster in the Concorde. Oh, I can imagine. We will get there someday. Don't worry, Sim Crash Flyer. We will get there. Aviator, MD-11 has an RNP, so I'm going to do the RNP approach. Aviator, the RNP approach, I mean, just having RNP does not mean that your airplane will be able to do the RNP AR, because the AR is a curved approach. So it has to have like a multiple set of things, and I'm not sure that the MD-80 does have those things. Do you have like a proper ND? Does your airplane allows radius to fix? Do you have VNAV on RNP approaches? Can it be done all on autopilot? So, yeah. Airfest Airbus is asking me what type of approach I'm going to be using. So, this is where we're going to be coming up next. Это я сейчас отвечу. Airfest Airbus скоро. Какой тип захода я буду использовать, хорошо? Глобальчик. Здорово. Привет. Добро пожаловать на стрим. Приятно видеть здесь русскоговорящих людей. It's good to see some people from Russia. That's great. I mean, aviation community is international, right? I always say that. Alright, we've passed 175 miles almost, so we still need to fly the plane 113.4. is our next 113.4, and Outlet is gonna be our waypoint to step climb. That's gonna be very close to the VOR. 2125, that's gonna be 46 miles from Centigram VOR. What I wanted to see though is, do we have 113.4 in the correct one? So let's listen. F2 113.4. Okay, just listen it once again. Okay, so that is it, definitely. I'm gonna go switch over to heading mode. Let's switch to VOR2. Yeah, that's correct. And switch back to nav. Fantastic. Let's do 113.4 on the main. No DME though, this is the weird part. Not at least now. Weird. I'm gonna keep the other one on standby, 1126 for now, so at least we get a DME reading out of something. Alright, whoa, the clouds are looking awesome. Whoa, I really like the way the clouds look. I haven't seen one of these cloudscapes in a while. They are really looking nice and I don't know, fluffy. Whoa, I like it. They are looking like proper clouds. And the thigh livery, man, it looks sweet. They're really cool. And there we go, we got distance. Fantastic. So if we got distance, I'm gonna switch over to the next one, which is gonna be VATSIM viewer, I think. So Charlie Tango Golf 113. No, this is where we are. Yeah, VATSIM 112.7. We'll lift on 112.7. Okay. So at 46, we're going to start our step climb. So let's continue by analyzing the rest of the charts. So I was saying that we are on an airway that comes to an end here at Simara VOR. Romeo is one of the waypoints on that VOR, on that airway. So that saves us some time. Instead of needing to go to the VOR and then proceeding over to Rattan to Guras, we can proceed directly from Romeo. And also that helps very much because Romeo is based on Kathmandu VOR, which is on 113.2. So it's perfectly, we're going to basically jump straight out of the airway and fly the VOR approach. This is what we're going to be doing, alright? And because of that, want to be here at Romeo at flight level 150. As you can see from Romeo to Guras, where we have to be at 11,500, we don't have a lot of space. This is only 23 miles of distance. Considering high altitude, high energy, our airplane, we can fly by this airspace very, very quickly. So, my suggestion would be to already be slowed down to like 220 knots on Romeo, to then get to Guras and already be able to slow down even slower, because from Guras is where we start our approach, our final approach. Okay, so to start with, let's calculate our top descent based on Romeo. So flight level 150 will be at flight level 400, so 40 minus 15 will be 25, correct? Yeah, correct. 25 multiplied by 3 will be 75. So we've got 75 as a base distance. Now, because this airplane is quite floaty, and we're flying quite fast, and I mean, we will probably have a headwind at that time, but I prefer to be safe than to be sorry. I want to add about 20 miles to this, to be fair. I think 20 miles would be good. So we're going to start descending at 95 miles from the point Romeo. Now, this would be easy if we would be flying on an Airbus or a Boeing or any modern airplane, because we could simply put or simply fetch the distance from this GPS waypoint or this waypoint. It's not exactly GPS, but yeah, anyway. But here we have to base ourselves for the VOR, and for that I have to see what distance I have to be descending based on the VOR. So there is this certain amount of distance from Simara to Romeo, which I'm going to have to check. And the distance is 8 miles. So 95 plus 8 will be 103 nautical miles. This is going to be our top of descent. So once we reach 103 miles from Simara, VOR, and now we can even see where that fits more or less. So we've got 8 plus 22, that's 30. Plus 31, that's 61. Plus 55, so that will be 116. So somewhere past Uksaga, this is where we're going to start our descent. And I've noticed that. So this is wonderful. Okay, so let's say we do that. We'll start our descent past Uksaga. In fact, if it's going to be 116 and we need to be at 103, that's going to be 13 miles past Uksaga, but we don't need that distance, we just need the distance from the VOR. We start our descent and we level at flight level 150 at Romeo. At 220 knots. Sorry, I'm just taking notes because I don't want to forget this. Okay? We also enter Nepal airspace there. And from Romeo, we're going to be intercepting inbound radial 0, correction. Radial 202 inbound. So that's going to be course 022 of Kathmandu VOR. Continuing the descent to Guras, slowing down, all that stuff. Now, what's the important part? In Kathmandu, we have two types of approaches that we can use. We can't use this one. This is the RNP, Zulu, but it's authorization required. Not only don't we have RNP, we don't have GPS, we only have INS at the worst case scenario. We don't comply with anything of this. This is a very cool approach, and if you ever do this on a modern airplane, it is really, really worth to do it. But right now, not exactly. So we can't do that. We can do the localizer, or we can do the VOR. So we have two options. Okay, we could do the VOR approach, which, to be fair, kind of feels like it has somewhat better guidance in terms of a missed approach. Problems with this: it has a slightly higher minimus, which is roughly 630 feet above the aerodrome, and that's about it. The descent, the initial descent is the same. The missed approach climb gradient is the same. It's also 5%, if I'm not mistaken. I read it somewhere. Yeah, there you go. Missed approach climb gradient minimum 5%. So this said this, if you get if you'll be flying at 200 knots, multiply 200 by 5, you'll be having to climb at 1,000 feet per minute minimum. Seems pretty reasonable. And if we go into the localizer, we could do this as well. fairly similar. Same missed approach climb gradient requirement, 5%. Missed approach is slightly different, but overall all is the same. The good part of this is that the minimas are slightly lower, almost by 100 feet. So let me pin both of these charts so I can compare. Which one would you guys prefer to do, the VOR or the localizer? Aviator, it has VNAV and it doesn't have fixed page and also has ILS. Aviator, to be fair, I mean, I don't know, but I'm having a really hard time believing that the MD-80 has RNP-AR. It can fly RNP, but not RNP-AR. AR stands for authorization required. And an airplane that can fly RNP approaches doesn't mean that it can fly RNP-AR approaches. So, let's say, the airplane that I flew in my flight school had Garmin G1000 NXI avionics. It had RNP approach capability, even down to LPV minimus, okay? But I could not do RNP-AR due to the system not being there. So you can try doing that, but what can happen possibly is that your airplane will start doing funky things. And you'll not be able to exactly follow, because you have to be able to follow the flight path. You have to have a navigation display where you can see that you are on the correct track. Synchronous I don't know why it has two ways of the eye level system and on the 400, and 8 only has the black cross. Funny. Synchronous Flyer says localizer. Stormy said, I think the VR perhaps is the classic. Actually, to be fair, both are almost the same, so localizer. Yeah, I'm also going for the localizer. So, regardless, I'm gonna leave both charts open for one single reason. Let's imagine we're flying in the real world, where things are not perfect, and the localizer fails. If the localizer fails, we may be still in time to change to the VR approach, because they're almost the same. The only thing that changes is the minimus and the missed approach. So unless we have time, we could switch over to a backup approach. And because we'll be coming up from this course on 022 from Guras, it's going to be basically exactly the same. So this is why I'm going to pin both charts here. So let's look at what here comes from the chart at the localizer approach. This is page 11-1. Minimus 4,860, and because this is a 2D approach, which is not a precision approach, we're going to add 50 feet for operational reasons. In fact, in an airplane such big as this one, I'd probably even add 60 feet to be fair. So yeah, I would add 60 feet. So let's do our minimus at 400. There I am with the 400. 4,920. That's going to be our minimus, or at least like 4,900, like somewhere along that. Okay, is going to be our MDA. So let's see, we're going to come from Guras at an altitude of 11,500, and I've never seen this, but this is actually insane. From Guras at 11,500, you will be descending to 9,000 until the final approach fix, which is going to be, this is going to take 7.8 miles. 7.8 miles to descend 1,500 feet. Seems pretty much okay. Have an altitude restriction there of 9,300, then 9,000 at DME 11.5 of the localizer. And this is where the interesting part starts. You guys see this number, right? 5.31 degrees of descent. Not bad, huh? And the fun part is, I didn't think this was possible, but you will be descending on 5.31 descent rate until you hit 5.5, from which then you can switch over to the 3-degree descent until the minimus for the runway, which is quite impressive. And also, let me just think, this is 4,860, minimus or runway is 4,320. So this is a difference of 530 feet. 530 feet should be about 1.5 miles, which is exactly what the distance is here. So the descent continues for the normal approach. All right. So this is what I suggest, guys. Once we fly past Guras, we start to configure for landing, and I mean configure fully, like gear down, flaps 30, speed brakes armed, all that stuff, landing checklist complete. Because once we start descending on that 5.31 degrees, that's going to be steep. And unless we're going to use speed brakes, I don't think we're going to be able to descend properly on it. And then if we use speed brakes, we'll be leveling at 5.5, intercepting the 3 degrees course, and that will be 5 miles to the runway. So, I don't know. But I would configure early, and I would do this as early as possible. This way we'd be completely focused on doing our descent, not busting any altitude. We'll be following here the recommended altitudes for the localizer DME. And that's how we would do it. Okay? So, let's just rewind a bit. Romeo, flight level 150, 220 knots. Establishing bound over to Guras, 11,500 feet. Probably I would go 180 knots, because remember, we're flying high. When we're flying high, our indicated airspeed is lower than our true airspeed, which means that we're actually flying faster, and significantly faster than we think. Okay, it's basically, I mean, you can just compare, like, we're flying 265 knots of indicated airspeed, but our true airspeed, I think we can get it right. There was some indication somewhere for the true airspeed. True airspeed, there we go. 484. So from 265 we're flying 483 right now. This of course depends. When we're gonna get lower, the difference is not gonna be as significant, but it's still gonna be somewhat significant. And being at 180 can mean we'll be at almost 200-ish. And considering that we're gonna have to descend to a lower altitude, that means it's even more significant. So, Guras, 180 knots, 11,500 on the marker. From Guras, we jump into the localizer page. We're going to be slowing down, gear down, flaps 30, speed brakes armed, auto brake armed, landing checklist complete, until DME 11.5 levels by 9,000. Once we level by 9,000, with everything ready, I'll be only focused by flying the airplane. And this is going to be great because our approach speed is going to be somewhere around 140 knots, probably. And 140 knots, our vertical speed should be minus 1,380. So we're going to probably have to do some adjustments on the way as we go. Once we reach 5.5, we can switch to the normal values for the 3 degrees based on the ground speed. And that's going to be mostly it. Do you agree? I think that'll be a good one. let's just read in detail here the missed approach. So climb straight ahead at DME 3, radial 022 Kathmandu. So this is based on the VOR. Turn right, max 185, maintain heading 243 to intercept radial 108 inbound, Kathmandu VOR at or above 7,500. Follow radial 288 outbound, so course 288 to Darkey at or above 10,500. And we're going to enter the hold. This is going to be an offset entry for the hold, and that'll be about it. Seems good. Another small thing. If, for whatever reason, let's say we're going to enter Guras, or we are approaching Guras, and we're not in the place where we want to be, well, in terms of altitude, in terms of speed, in terms of configuration, maybe it's my mindset, maybe there is weather, maybe there is something else. In Guras we have a holding, 1 minute legs. We're going to simply enter the holding and do the holding until we are nice and configured and established to do the rest of the stuff. Would you agree? I think it's a good point. Vacation. I mean, probably the runway is long enough. I don't think we're going to require auto brake medium, but still, I think I might use auto brake medium just for safety concerns, and then disable it a little bit earlier. But I think we'll be able to vacate there via either Bravo or all the way up there on Alpha. Maybe we could vacate on Charlie, I don't know, possibly, but I don't think I want to do that quick of a stopping. Of course, we're going to try to park in front of the international terminal, either position 5 or 6, I think, or 4, 5, 6. These are the positions I'm going to take, one of these, and that's going to be about it. Yeah, I would say so. Okay, good. Good, so we are approaching Avled. Avled is not too far. Yeah, oh boy, why is it appearing, this stupid icon? So, 25 plus 21, that's 46. 46, we are 45, we just passed by Avled. And we have 28.2 on the fuel. Oh, look at that. Exactly where we have to be in terms of fuel. Fantastic. And this is also where we should be doing our step climb. So, let's do 38. Correction, 400. Adjust the cabin altitude here to 400. Let's do vertical speed. And let's do plus 500. Altitude selection, nav speed. And this way will be very, very slowly getting to that flight level 400. Alright. Also, I think we've already identified the next 112.7. 112.7, let's listen. Yep. So 112.7 is already identified. We are 35 miles to the Dhaka VOR. Sorry, no, that's 113.4. That's not the Dhaka VOR. The Dhaka VOR is going to be the next one. This is the Chattogram VOR. And the outbound course for us is going to be 321. I don't see why it's the point of doing smaller numbers every time you zoom in if I want to see the damn Airway course. Anyway, 321. So I'll pre-select 321 on the next one. Pay attention to the slant range. We are 1 hour and 35 minutes into the flight. No traffic ahead of us. Weather seems fantastic. Seatbelt sign is, oops, it's not off. I'm going to put it off now. Slowly climbing. So yeah, I feel comfortable now because we have our top of descent calculated based on the VOR. So basically, at this point, it's just a dot on our map. We have our plan. How are we going to slow down? What are the altitudes? What are the minimas and so on? What's going to be our plan of action? And now I can think a little bit ahead. So, out of curiosity, status 3 and 5 is the desired, so definitely the status has worsened. So what if we do some DME updating? And I don't know how to do it, but I'll try to do it. So let me search for the INS manual. I'm not sure if the Felis one has it inside of the airplane, like on the documentation. That was a click. INS. Alright, great. I'm gonna use this one so we can read throughout a little bit. There we go. Leveling off now. I will decrease the speed just slightly. That's flight level 400. Want to wait until it hits the 400 perfectly. And we are 12 miles away. We're about to switch courses any moment. So let's go heading mode on. Let's do 3, 2, 1. Nine miles, and see, we are at flight level 400, right? Should be about sea level. So that's gonna be like 6 miles and something. Watch our DME range. It's not gonna go lower than 6. I'm going to do a very small adjustment here. There's 7.3. I'm going to enter the cone of confusion any second. The CDI is going to go bonkers, and the arrow is going to turn around. There it goes. So 6.8, 6.7, 6.6. And as you can see, it starts increasing. Very good, a very good indication of DME. Or a very good example, should I say. 7 miles out. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Bit of a left heading there to intercept. 9 miles out. And let's see if I can improve the DME updating. So we'll just switch it back to nav in a second. Back to altitude hold. Warlock. Alright, so let's open the documentation and see. I need to read this calmly, but I want to see how to do the VOR updating. During longer flights, you can use nearby VOR DME stations to improve navigational accuracy. Do not use VOR stations on your route. Use VOR stations parallel to you. 35 VME is the ideal range. I would recommend taking a note of suitable VOR stations when planning your flight. For example, here's a recommended brief route for a flight from Boston to London. An ideal way to use the Imagination leg is to update twice, once before entering the oceanic route and once leaving it. Okay, I see. Sky Vector, okay. And oh, nice. Has an option to see it by from the station. Okay, good. Here you can see all the information. Need to use the station, give you the coordinates, frequency, elevation, so on. Okay. To learn how to manually enter the information if desired and how to activate DME updating, keep reading. First, enter the coordinates of the VOR station into the INS you want to update. Rotate the CDU to waypoint and hold down the 9 key until it stays in place. Alright, so let's first find a station. This is gonna be fun. So we just passed this station right here. Do we have any VORs? We have this VOR right here. It's kind of far away. This is an NDB. This is a VOR. This one would be good. 115.5. And we can see all the information here. Elevation, elevation. 14 meters. Okay. So let's try. We are right now about here. So it's a little bit far, but we can try. So first, enter the coordinates of the VOR station to the INS you want to update. Rotate the CDU to waypoint. Give me a second, I'll need to do this. I'll have to do this the other way around. 9 near Vic. Love from Kathmandu. Dude, you really live in Kathmandu? Dude, that's awesome. Welcome to the live stream. I'm glad you are on board. Alright, let's start with this flight engineering INS. So we're gonna have to go to waypoint. I'll read this a 10th time. Rotate the CDU to waypoint and hold down the 9 key until it stays in place. Okay. Then press 7 to enter updating mode. Okay. Rotate the waypoint selector to any waypoint from 1 through 9. Although it is probably best to use different waypoint number for both the captain for subs. Do not use 0 because it will cancel DME updating. Type in the coordinates in latitude and longitude and press insert. Okay, so let's use 1. And let's insert the VOR then. So it's gonna be north 2325. Oh no, wait, this is wrong. Sorry, stand by. Give me a second. How can I get the information? (26, 23, 26, 0). Okay. So let's do again. North 23, 26, 0. Insert. East. I'm feeling so dumb now. 911142. No, this is impossible. Wait. East 91114. Okay, insert. Now, reading next. Open distance time on the CDU and check this on the INS matches the DME on the RMI. Okay, wait. Distance and time. 31. For whatever reason, I want to call BS on that. 5. No, 30. Okay, it matches. Next, enter the VOR altitude and frequency. Hold down the 9 key until it stays in place. Then press the 3 key. Should probably change it to waypoint, right? Okay, yeah. Change the waypoint to 1 and enter the altitude in 1000 feet increments and the VOR frequency in 5 digits, like a VOR frequency of 114 would be entered at 11400 and press insert. When ready to start the updating, press waypoint change and enter in the waypoint, you put the VOR coordinates and then press insert. Holy cow, okay, this is confusing now. So, what's the elevation of the VOR then? It is 14 meters, so it's 0. So 0, insert, and then frequency is gonna be 115. It's not working. Alright, let's try again. Hold DME, number 3. It's waypoint 3, so... Oh my gosh. Замудренный самолет. Да, это, конечно, прикольно. Distance and time, no. Should be waypoint, right? Why is it not selecting though? What am I doing wrong? Did I miss anything? Yeah, put back to waypoint, that's correct. Hold down the 9 key until it's displayed and 3, change waypoint to 1 and enter the altitude in thousands of increments, so it's 0. Should be inserted. And the VOR frequency 5 digits. Synchronous Flyer, I'm looking into inserting the VOR the VOR here. So I should be like writing. Change the waypoint to 1. The waypoint is 1. Enter the altitude. The altitude is set. Ready to start the updating. Press waypoint change and enter the waypoint. TVR. Print insert. The problem is I can't set the frequency here. What did I do? Okay, whatever I did, that's wrong. So let me do again. DME, like that. 2326, that's correct. Okay, let's do DME 3. Okay, so if I put 0... Ah, wait. Waypoint change 1? No. I'm confused. Okay, stand by. Let's see, where are we flying? Next is 112.7. Yeah, very close to it actually. So let's switch over to the next station. Yeah, a little bit offset there. From Dhaka, we fly to Rashani, 114.6. And right now I want it here, and Dhaka was... Messed up my nav log. Stand by. 112.7. Okay, we got it back. Let's do Vorlock. Speed is good, altitude is good. 25 miles to Dhaka. At Dhaka, I want to do a fuel check. Miles to go. And from Dhaka 114.6. Okay, I'm located. I'm now located. This is fun. Situational awareness is definitely very much different on this kind of airplanes. So yeah, right here, right now. I now see that fuel 24/7 is what we should have. 25.2. Okay, seems good. Seems good. The clouds are looking awesome. A little bit of ground. So we'll see. Chris Nademond. Currently approaching St. John's. How far are you along? I think I got ahead of you, Vlad. Well, you are flying, what? About 3 times faster than... No, maybe not 3 times, but it's 2 and something times faster than I am. Yeah, you should be starting your descent soon, right? I think so. You need to put on the coordinates, but I've put it. And I want to say like 0, insert. This is the correct coordinates. So I inserted this. And now I want to do GME. Frequency. But this is the altitude, if I understand. But I can't, it doesn't state anything there. Alright, anyway. 8 miles. Next course. 2901. Start slowly turning. Bit of an overshoot. Gonna get it corrected. Warlock. I feel like it's a bit aggressive on the intercept there. but I don't have a limiter. I don't know. Regardless, we've got Rajani and Naka, by the way, we just passed it 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. We're right on the fuel. Just heading. Next station will be Rashani 114.6. Let's listen to it. Yep, fantastic. Right, been up for 2 hours. Pretty good. Pretty good. Sky seems to start opening up a little bit more, which is good. It's our average fuel flow. Average fuel flow is a lot. That seems fine. We'll do the changeover once the distance is the same on those stations. Ah, 400 miles to descend. How much time is gonna take 400 miles for you? Flying at whatever speed are you flying? Кстати, Влад, если прижать свою подписку на играх VATSIM радар, то не будет нужны чарты для руления, так и все будет отображаться в аэропорту на радаре. А я знаю, у меня так и есть, как бы уже в чарте, поэтому... Вот, но спасибо. Like 15 to 20 minutes at Mach 2.02. You are flexing. What are the winds at your altitude? Are you... what is your flight level right now? Probably just a tiny bit higher than us. I mean, we're not flying exactly low today. Let's put out a brake medium already. So I don't understand what I'm doing wrong, because I've put it in the waypoints. I mean, status is still fine, but yeah. Winds are 250, flight level 575. That's a nice number. Not too bad. Here the winds are stronger. Even. Damn. That's pretty awesome. Now that's a cloud right there. Up ahead. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna start inventing anymore with the Siva. I'll learn the Siva later on my own. But right now I think we might just chill a little bit. And see what's what. 40 miles, 65. So about 47 to change over. No, more. 52. Pretty sure JFK will give me the Parkway visual, which I haven't flown in ages. Is that the one where you come out of the ocean basically and do a right-hand turn and do the landing? Is that it? Gotta post some pictures on the Discord, man. If you haven't already. Okay, I want to try another viewer. One 13.3. I'm gonna try another one. Okay, let me go heading mode. And back to Warlock. Brilliant. Next station. No next station. Course will be 295. 114.6. 295, I'll leave it there so we don't forget it. And from there, we have already our descent, I believe, from Monda. Yep. So we're not too far. We're really not that far from our top descent. Passed quickly. Became quite hazy all of a sudden. Still nothing on the radar. It's good. From Canarsie, right turn into runway 13. I think I know that one. I did post some from Takeoff. Oh, cool. I'll check it out. Give me a second. Mons told, why not using the real timing? Because otherwise it would be pitch black and we wouldn't be able to see the beautiful mountains. I don't know, I wanted to see what's outside. Otherwise it would be just black, you know. Right now there would be literally nothing outside of our window. And I think that's a bit boring. Especially for this long flight. It would be a shorter flight. Yeah. I think it'd be fine. That's the beautiful picture with the afterburners, Chris. Beautiful. Complex airplane, man. That's a complex airplane. So you are on Mach 2 and climbing. You were. Well, incredible. That's incredible. Chris, tricky to hand flight, but up an altitude is just a dream. That's good. What do you find most tricky to hand flight? Like, is it difficult to control speed? Is it difficult to control altitude? What? Because I've heard a couple of people saying, I mean, all the people basically said that the Concorde is tricky to hand fly on approaches. But I never really understood what it is. Like, is it the power? Is it the speed? Is it the pitch corrections? Right, 25 miles from Dhaka, we should be 12, 114.7. No, we passed Dhaka already. Let's check. We are on to this one. And we should be at 22.5 on the fuel. 23.2. Профессор вас, Влад, интересно услышать твое мнение, как ты относишься к симулятору Microsoft Flight Sim. So, he's asking, what is my... what do I think about Microsoft Flight Sim? And I'll first reply in English. And I think it's great that we have that sim because it allows competition and it allows X-Plane to be developed even further. However, I still think the physics are bad. It looks great, but it's not something for me because it can't be used. I mean, it can, but it doesn't have the same ability of being used as a training tool as X-Plane can. Быстро говоря, я отношусь нормально, я считаю, что это хорошо, что он существует, потому что он позволяет создавать конкуренцию и улучшать X-Plane. Тем не менее, не считаю, что это симулятор для меня, потому что его нельзя использовать как инструмент для тренировки с такой же простотой, как можно использовать X-Plane. Chris, delta wing makes it hard to fly the right speed and angle of attack. Okay. High pitch angle and high speed probably. It's because of the AOA, it feels like landing a stone. Dude, I feel like I will need to try it someday. Because, I don't know, the Tupolev, the 134, you kind of fly by angle of attack and it's really easy. The Citation can be flown by angle of attack and it's also really easy. So, I don't know. 10 miles out, we are 22.9 on the fuel. Let's switch to heading mode. Let's go number 1. 2905 is going to be our course. Let me just confirm. Yep, 2905 correct. And 22.9 still. Gonna see that in a second. Probably drop down to 22.8 for sure. Switched over. Ah, that was beautifully done. Would you look at that? I'll just do Vorlock this time. Nav. And 22.7. Yeah, 22.8. That was, whoops, that was 22.8 for sure. I'll put 7 just out of sake of it. Right, good, looks like we saved a bit of fuel. Next, we fly until Monda. Until this waypoint right here, we do the change. We do the change at Monda. And Monda is 35 plus 82, I believe. 35 plus 82, let's check, wait. 35, 82, 14. Okay, so to do some more calculations. 35, 14, 82. So that will be 9, 11, 1, 4, 5, 131 nautical miles away. Okay, so here's my suggestion, guys. What if we already start the approach briefing? What if we already do it? Because we're really not that far off. once we finish the approach briefing, have to switch over to the next station, and then it's going to get real quick because we're going to enter the descent phase and everything else. So I would actually start doing the approach briefing. Okay, are you guys ready? Let's start. So status so far, everything seems good with the airplane. We just passed Rajshahi VORDME, and we are now down Manda, which is going to be at 131 miles. The weather right now in Kathmandu is variable wind, visibility at 7 kilometers, few clouds 1,500, scattered 3,000, broken 10,000, temperature 20, dew point 16, QNH 1018. I'm just going to set 1018 already on the standby for a few reasons. You'll see why in a minute. So no temps are checked, basically nothing significant. I don't think we'll require anti-ice, and I'm going to be using the weather radar on still because, as you guys remember, we had a thunderstorm forecast all around the area. Of course, 2 hours have passed, and once we reach there, it's going to be close to 3. But still, I think it would be better to get ready. Top of descent is calculated 103 nautical miles from the SMR VOR, which stands for, I can't remember, CMAR VOR. We'll be arriving via the Romeo arrivals from page 10-2 Golf, effective from 19 May 2022. Airport is sitting roughly at 4,400 feet. Transition level is 51150. Okay, so once we pass Romeo, we change over to the QNH. From Romeo, we intercept inbound course 222 on the radial 022 of Kathmandu VOR into Guras, descending to 11,500 to be at 11,500 by Guras. Romeo is going to be, we're going to have our own speed restriction of 220 knots and Guras at 180 knots. Okay, very simple. From Guras, we jump into the locator runway 2 approach, page 11-1, effective from 20th of April of 2023. The locator frequency will be 108.1 of the final approach course of 022. This coincides with the VOR, in fact they are aligned. Platform altitude to initiate the descent at the final approach fix is going to be 9,000, and the minimums are going to be 4,920. We can round it down to 4,900. Okay, so we can select that value on the autopilot to remember. MSA coming up from our sector is going to be 11,600. Northern sector, based on the VOR, is going to be 21,100, and then on the missed approach is going to be 10,500, which is the missed approach altitude as well. This is a very non-standard approach. Remember, guys, even though this is a localizer, we do not have the glide slope indication, so we have 0 vertical guidance apart from distance and cross-check with the charts. So coming up from Guras at 11,500, we're going to descend to 9,000 to be level by 11.5 DME on the localizer. We still have an altitude restriction at 14.5 DME at 9,300 feet, so careful with that. We want to be configured fully with the gear down and landing checklist complete by 11.5. Start the descent. And once we start the descent, we're looking for a descent of about minus 1,300 feet a minute. We're going to keep this descent and we'll be doing cross checks until 5.5 DME, from where we're going to pass towards a 3-degree descent. Probably autopilot off, manual control at that time, set missed approach altitude, and perhaps flight director off, at least on my side. Or maybe not actually. Maybe not, maybe we can keep it, just adjust the vertical speed. So yeah, from where we're gonna have to adjust the vertical speed from minus 1,300 to more or less 700 feet per minute. There we go until the missed approach point. leveling at the MDA. Missed approach point is the Kathmandu VOR, so we do require the VOR nonetheless. And only from the VOR we're going to do the missed approach. The missed approach is climbing straight ahead at 3 DME. Outbound. Radial 022 Kathmandu. We're going to turn right maximum 185, so probably what I'll do is, in case we go missed, I'll try to clean up as quick as possible, accelerate to 185 and then initialize the climb. Maintain heading 243 to intercept radial 108. This is going to be inbound course 288. And then fly over the VOR and continue on this course to pass VOR at or above 7,500. Follow until Darke, which is at 13.5 DME, at or above 10,500. Alright, then we're going to enter the hold and think what else we'll be able to do. Remember guys, we have 5,000 extra, so that gives us a 30 minutes of playtime extra. So yeah, that's about it. Radio navs. Kathmandu VOR 113.2 and localizer on 108.1. We will land with flaps 30 for sure. I can already do some landing calculation here. So let's do for flaps 30. Runway length, I'll have to grab the charts for this. Runway length is, yeah, 3,074. That seems alright. Airport elevation 4,400. The runway heading is 020. Slope none. Runway condition is going to be wet. Barrow, this is wrong. QNH 1018. And wind is basically variable. I mean, right now it even says 0, so I'm just going to go with 0. Auto brake medium is going to be it. With flaps. With flaps full, and right now, yeah, we're close, but we can get there. I'm going to set the speed bugs now, and I'm going to reset it later, in case we need it. VAP seems to be at 138, so 140, just as we planned. Reverses are going to be normal, auto brake is going to be medium, and I plan to vacate somewhere along either Charlie or Bravo. So left hand turn, and then take one of the parking positions 6, 5, or 4, because these are the largest ones. Special considerations, lots of terrain, so very, very careful with the altitude on the descent, because no vertical guidance. That's probably going to be about it. We're not abnormal, no overweight, no lost comms. That would be the briefing for me. Any questions? If so, it's time to post them. Chris, I might try it someday. I might try it someday, for sure. Just not now, but someday I'll get to Concord. Alright, next VOR is going to be Simara 112.9, so let's put it in 112.9. It's already in. Let's have a listen. Yep, that's identified. And from Monda to Simara, that is a course of, interestingly, it doesn't state. Very funny. But it should be soon. And that's very easy to fix. I just do it like this. Where's Romeo? And then I delete this waypoint. And then I get it. It's 325. 325. 325 is set. Yeah, we're getting closer. Alright, heading is adjusted. We're now 168 miles to go. Remember, we wanted to start descending at 103 nautical miles from Simara, so we are 63 miles from top of descent with the briefing complete, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, with QNH 1018, it gives us a pressure of 3006, which I'm going to be setting here. 3006 and 1018 right here already. To pre-select, we're going to adjust the cabin vertical, or the cabin pressure altitude soon, once we get closer to the descent, but right now we're doing good. You can see that the head of the needle is approaching 325, which is where we want it to point. And also I want to confirm that our last fuel check at Monda, 19.8. At Monda, we're right now at 20.9, so we're looking good. And Monda is 131 miles out, so we're looking very good. We're looking very good. And we're gonna probably start to see some mountains soon. Aviator Vlad will appear in your left at 32k, 32,000 feet. Let's see here. Right now I don't see you on this page. Oh, okay. You are ahead of me. Good. Good. So perhaps I might slow down. What is your speed, Aviator? Because I'm going to be descending very quickly, because otherwise this airplane simply does not want to descend. What is your speed? Let me know. Probably start decelerating to Mach 0.8, something like that. 2 hours and 23 minutes of flight time. Doing good. Soon is going to be the descent checklist. Oh, I forgot to switch on the humidifier. Well, that's fine. Max 76. If... Oh, yeah, you are on an MD-80. Never mind. Is that the maximum it can get? Shoot. That's not good. That's not good for us. Because I'll be catching you up. I'm gonna slow down. I'll descend fast, don't worry. What was that? What was that noise? Oh, okay, somebody subscribed. Somebody international... Orlando International Airport has subscribed. Thank you very much for joining the channel, man. Welcome. Alright, let's switch to heading mode. Let's switch to number 2. Almost there. So, I'm gonna start preparing Kathmandu VOR. And Kathmandu VOR is gonna be Kathmandu VOR 113.2. Which we have the indication already. That's wonderful. Should be able to see you, Aviator. I hope not to see you, to be fair, because that just would be very, very problematic to me. That would be extremely problematic. Alright, switch to Vorlock. Let's have a listen. Oh boy, and Shay TP has been sponsoring the channel for 21 months. Shay TP, you are incredible. And glad to see you here. How are you doing, man? How's your flying? Shay TP, thank you so much for being a supporter of the channel. It's incredible. 21 months, like, I got somebody to support me continuously for 21 months. That's quite incredible. That's checked. Kathmandu is identified. Alright, and we are now 131 miles. We wanted to be descending at 103, remember? So, Aviator, you're not appearing in my TCAS, which is good and bad at the same time, because we're definitely quite close. So yeah. Synchronous Fire, Concord support. Yes, I see where you're going with that. Alright, I'm going to pre-select on course 1 already. The course for Kathmandu, which is going to be 022. Alright, we are very close to descending, so descent checklist is going to come up soon. So humidifier off, pressurization, we're going to set landing altitude 4,400, set. Annunciator lights checked, none shown, auto brakes medium set, landing data. Let's just recheck here for a second. Alright, VRF 137. Seems good to me. Medium auto brake set. Seatbelt sign on. Landing data flaps 30. Speeds checked. Speeds and bugs are set. Approach briefing is completed. Transition level flight level 150. Descent checklist is complete. Chris, since I miscalculated, you got ahead of me now. Oh! Just descend a Mach 2. It's not going to be a problem. Just going to do a few Mach booms there, and that's going to be all fine. Okay, so probably what I'll have to do is I'll probably have to do a holding at Guras because I need to get Aviator ahead of me. He's close, he's like really close. And we're still catching up with him, so yeah. Alright, altitude hold, let's go flight level 150, we'll stick to the plan. Or maybe if I slow down faster than him, maybe that should be enough. So we'll see how we play with this situation. You got this. I'm gonna go 300 knot descent with the MD-80. Alright, descent checklist is complete. We have 5 miles till top of descent. Seatbelt sign is on. We're all ready. We're all good. Yeah, our INS has definitely drifted a little bit. Heading is synced. But we're not using INS anyway. Alright, and now what I'll do is I will do auto throttle off, vertical speed, ground speed is 438, so minus 2000, power to idle, and now I'll let it accelerate. naturally. Get going. ShayTP, you're doing good. That is wonderful. Have you been flying lately? Slow Power, you're back. Hey, good to see you. I can now see you on my TCAS, I think. Yeah, and you are within 14 miles of me. So this is gonna be fun. I'm gonna try to fly slower somehow. Power's on idle. Differential pressure is quite high. Let's help it out a bit. You'll fly fast. Now, I'll fly calmly. I'll do my energy management. And Slow Power has become a crew member. Thank you very much, man. Welcome. Thank you for your support, dude. You are now an official crew member. Welcome to the crew. You need to get your badge now. So the 737 behind us is starting to descend as well. That's good. I'm gonna start to explain as well. We're gonna fly Brussels to Copenhagen. That's a cool flight. 737 or Airbus. I missed the fuel calculation. Crap. Ay. So let's say, or let's see. Saga, E plus. Let me check. 22, 31, 55, 55 plus 31 is going to be 86, 86 plus 22 is going to be 108. We passed it already. But regardless, at A+, we were supposed to be 18.4, and we are 19.6. So we're doing good in terms of fuel, which is great. And I'm managing to descending still with 260 knots, which is amazing. So we'll see. So Power, A330 found out Airbus is less difficult than Boeing and autopilot is better on it. You should try the Zibo 737. Cooler. I love the way you wrote it. I think you should fly fast to get there quickly, even if it means skipping some procedure steps. I don't think anything bad will happen if the rules are written in ink after all. Yeah, you know, I'm not sure, but I think the ink that you're mentioning might be red. No? Or maybe it's just me. Oh my god, that was good. That was good. If right now I'm getting 1 FPS, I'm gonna auto disconnect it, I'll be back. Okay. I hope you're gonna get back. So 22 plus 31 is gonna be 53. 53 miles out on DME 2 is gonna be waypoint E+, so we can check their E+. 18.4. We're doing good. We are doing good. And it's 8 miles for Romeo, so I'm going to start monitoring the needle here. Needle should be at 022 for our course. Some people have skipped rules and caused disasters, but it couldn't be us. We'll be fine. Oh yes, you know, that's called, how's it called? It's the, oh Jesus Christ, the thing you were saying has a name. It's the "it won't happen to me" syndrome, something like that. Oh my god, the untouchable syndrome. Something along that. Can't remember exactly. Let me check the weather real quick again. Still the same weather. I wonder, can I check it here? Yes, I can, because for whatever reason, X-Plane usually gives a slightly different weather. Okay, so wind line variable, visibility more than 10 miles. The visibility, though, seems always wrong in Kathmandu. Sky conditions, few 5,900 MSL. Okay, this is interesting. This is gonna be 1,500. Okay, so it's correct. Few correct, scattered correct, scattered correct. Temperature 17 dew point 15. So it's colder, and QNH is 1019. So slightly different. Just so slightly different. 3010. Now we can adjust this. Alright, we are still doing good in idle descent. And we just passed 23. We need 7. 7 times 3 is going to be 21. 21 plus 10, 31. We are 50. Okay, we're doing good now. I'm gonna get back the auto throttle in a second. Let's put 250 there on the speed. Now we're going to do a good job. I mean, look, we're flying this beautiful bird. We're doing a good job. We've been flying from all the way from Bangkok, no GPS. And it's still in one piece. We're going to do a good job. We're going to land it safely in Kathmandu with a beautiful approach. Speaking of mountains, I'm starting to see them. So yeah, I said 31, right? I said 31 plus 8 is going to be 39. We're 45 out. Yeah, we're definitely doing good. We're definitely doing good. Ground speed is 5 and our INS needs some updating. Synchroshot, why does it sound like you doubt we'll arrive? You're the pilot after all. I don't doubt we'll arrive. I'm just saying that going fast and skipping procedures will probably not be the best part of not the best action. Right, 5,000 to go. 5 times 3 is 15. 15 plus 10 is 25. Plus 8. 33. And we are 38 out. Very good. I'm extremely happy with what I'm seeing right now. Aviator still hasn't appeared. Oh wait, he's behind me now. Okay. Well then we are first. And that means we can go for it, no problem. Alright, let's go 220 here. Slow power, just applied at McDonald's, hoping to make some more money. Well, actually, funny enough, I never worked at McDonald's. I worked at a restaurant, actually at 2 restaurants. One even when I was a teenager, a little bit. It was fun. And yeah. But never worked at McDonald's, luckily. Cooler, if I ran an airline, I would simply encourage pilots to get there on time. It would make customers happy and save us money on delay costs. Cooler, I don't know what you have been drinking, but whatever you are, I think it's better to for you to stop. Aviator, yes, FPS thing took too long anyway, I'm back. Okay, well then you are in a perfect sequence in the middle of me and the 737 on the arrival. Got 20 miles to go. We've got to arm the altitude selection. Let's do minus 1,000. And I'm going to go auto throttle on. Secret Fire, no stop drinks. Susie is probably... I mean, Susie must have sold a lot of bottles on this flight, right? So power, well, I saw my friend working there and I thought this isn't that bad. Oh yeah, sure, if you have a friend there. That means... yeah, that means good. Right, there we go. We are 220 knots. We leveled, are about to level soon, which is great. Slowing ourselves down there with a vertical speed, which is excellent. We still have 12 miles to fly, and we are already on target. So that's fantastic. Perhaps, maybe, I will be able to... No, I won't. Never mind. That's stupid. But now I understand why people are stressed after applying, because you want a direct answer. Ah, well, yeah, I see. To be fair, the era the 200 was flying was the era when everyone just drank at work. No idea. No idea, because I'm luckily, I mean, not luckily, but I'm simply not from that time. Okay, there's 15,000. We're basically 11,000 feet over the airport, or 10,600 feet. 8 miles to go. We're leveled, that's good. Let's go altitude hold. Set 11,500. To be fair, at this point I can go just heading mode. And let's go nav 1, let's do 112.9. No, sorry, wrong, 113.2. 113.2, 113.2. I'll leave number 2 here, and I'll put the locator, or localizer, sorry, 108.1 on this side. 022, and course here 022 as well. Just in time. Right. Reaching Romeo. Last fuel check 18.9. I'll assume 18.8. Just 18.8. We are good. I can now focus on approach only. Let's go Warlock. Start descending. Altitude selection. Power to idle. Let's go to 180 knots. Alright, Guras is... That doesn't state the distance. Yes, it does. 17 miles out. Ah, we're still good. We're 39 miles out. We can even keep some speed for now. Let's go flap 1. Flap 1, and not only that, we passed the transition level, so QNH 1019 officially set. And because we're within 10,000 feet of the airport, I'm going to put some landing lights to on. And I'll leave the autothrottle to do the work. Speed 180. In fact, I might keep for 200 for now. 200 because our ground speed is 255. We're flying much faster. A look at the mountains. Whoa. That's quite beautiful. Right, no traffic at Kathmandu. I mean, no ATC. No ATC. Let's do minus 1,000 here. $17 miles on the 022, frequencies are set and correct. Just out of curiosity, I want to see if we can hear the localizer. What the hell? What was that? Oh, that's something weird. I'm not sure I want to trust that. I've got the VOR. The VOR is fine. Yeah, the VOR is fine. The localizer is a bit weird. Someone's playing music. Yeah. That was the localizer in Kathmandu. I guess they are happy of us coming there, I don't know. Alright, 10 miles. 1,000 feet to level. We are doing good, that's checked. I feel like I have one traffic right behind me. РФС Airbus, осторожно, пожалуйста, прямо за мной. Have you come into contact with aliens? No. That's the valley, by the way. Beautiful visibility. Alright, and time for focusing. Approach checklist at 10,000. We'll assume that that's alright. So logo lights, landing lights are on, altimeter set, and cross checked. Approach checklist is complete. Altitude selection is armed. Yeah, it's been captured now. 6 miles to go. 11,500. Next is gonna be 9,000. Absolutely beautiful airplane. Alright, leveled. Altitude selection. Set 9,000. Three miles to go. Let's start to decelerate to 180 knots. Speed is checked. Flaps 5. That's set. Okay, we've got DME. Let me listen to that again. What the fuck? Okay, I'm not gonna... I don't know if we should trust that, to be fair. Let's assume that's untrustable. We're way... We can do the VOR. We can do the VOR. Okay, we're gonna adjust the minimas. Minimas are gonna be 5,000 feet. Okay? 5,000 feet, and the descent is more or less the same. Okay, so until 17, we start down to 8,900 actually. Yeah, I'm not going to trust that. $17, that's set. Altitude hold, let's go vertical speed. And let's go 113.2 on both. And let's go dual. Start descending. Start... Crap, man! Start descending. That was really bad. Alright, 180. Let's start decelling. Speed is checked. Flaps 10. So now we have until 9. VREF 137. Let's go gear down. Speed brake armed. Lights on. Start switch is continuous. This one doesn't have any altitude restrictions. You can just... by 13 you have to be above 9,800. We are. Flaps 20. Yeah, that thing kind of broke out. We are like 300 feet over. 12. Okay, we passed the altitude restriction. Could go to 12 to 18.9. That's set. Speed check. Flaps 25. Passing 10,000. 137. Let's go 140. Flaps full. Landing checklist. Ignition, flight start, missed approach. Altitude not set but reviewed. Speed brake, armed, gear down, green. Flaps 30, green, light, cabin, secure. Let's continue. I'm gonna have to continue the descent. In minus. EPR, go around mode is set, cabin secure, checklist complete. Okay, 9.5, 9.4, I need the table. 9, we want to be at 89. And, okay, we passed 9, set the descent rate, minus 1,300. That's checked.
Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
Keep the descent. Gonna set minimums, 5,000. Next altitude 8. Miles out will be 8,340. Cross checked, 7 miles out, 7,770. Power seems good, altitude seems good. 138, I'll leave it on the altitude. 7 miles out, 770. Okay, we're a bit high. Next altitude 6,000. 7,210. And at 3 miles, we're gonna level off. At 3 miles. 672, still a bit high, correcting. Next, 5, 6,640. Kathmandu traffic type 309 heavy is on the final approach, 5 miles from the viewer. Alright, 5 will be 6,640. Still a bit high. Dude, look at this. We're basically at idle right now. 4 miles out, 6,080.
Terrain.
Autopilot off.
Pull up.
1 red. I'll leave the auto throttle for now. Flight director off on my side. Missed approach altitude 10,500 set. The runway is nice and in sight. $1,000 to the airport. Almost. Alright, one red, 3 whites.
1,000.
Checked. Auto throttle off. The runway is inside, we're configured, clear to land, 1,000, we're stable. 2 whites, 2 reds. That approach was scary, I must admit. Alright, now remember, it's a 3-degree PAPI. So we want to be right on speed, right on profile, nice and easy corrections.
500.
Past the minimums, of course. Speed a bit low, correcting.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
To break up. Reverse is green.
185 Kathmandu traffic, hello, established on localizer runway 02.
And we're slowing down. Eight knots. Manual braking. 60 knots. Reverse is out. Chrono on. Oh my god. This was intense. A bit of a float, that's true. Clear right, clear left. Okay, important thing. Radar, the weather radar off. And then we deal with the rest. Kathmandu traffic, Type 309 heavy, runway vacated. Oh yeah, body gear steering. Body gear steering was missing. That's a lot of airplane for one person.
Delta 464, in final runway 02.
Alright, speed brakes out. That's up. Stream for 7 units. Lights off. Strobes off. Transponder transponding. There's the 737 on the approach. And we will be parking on position number 6. Or 5. I'll go for position 5. Woo! That's a bounce. And that's a landing. Well done! Well done. Okay, here I go APU start. And we go manual, both open. Cargo heat off. Galley power off. And I'll go for position 5, which is this one. Lights off. Flood director off. Oh, I see the marshaller. Good.
Nokia 185, runway 02, vacated.
Oh my god. Alright, almost 3 minutes on the clock. My slow taxi saved the day. It's such a small person from here. It really makes you understand how freaking huge this airplane is. I can barely see him. Alright, parking brake is set. Lights are off. 3 minutes on the clock. Right. We've got APU. Switch over to the APU and switch over the engines. There we go. Seatbelt signs off. Air pumps off. Engine bleeds off. I'll reduce that. Chiller off. And probe heats off. Block time. Stop 3 hours and 22 after landing checklist. Body gear steering. Well, yeah, didn't harm that. Auto brakes off. Ignition off. Anti-ice off. Trim 7 units. Transponder set. Weather radar standby and off. Galley power off. APU started. Pressurization manual full open. Cargo heat off. After landing complete. Parking checklist. Parking brake pressure. Chocks. Chocks will be set now. Ground. Set chocks. Connect GPU. And open door. And open cargo. And we'll do it like this. This, and this. Alright, bleed valves off, air-driven pumps off. Yeah, I didn't switch on the AP bleed. Fuel panel is set and parking checklist is complete. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Holy cow. Okay, I do feel tired. No, we missed aviator's landing. Ah, crap. I thought I would still get a chance to find it, but hey, I'm taking a group picture. Bang. Marshaller. Sir. How am I gonna explain this to my company? No, I'm joking. Oh my god, this was good. This was intense, I must admit. I kind of messed up there once I wanted to start the descent. At that point, I just understood that we're not going to be leveling off at 8,900. It's going to be continuous descent, which worked well, after all. But that was intense, I must admit. Like, that was proper intense. We can switch over to the ground power and switch off the APU. Yeah, but it was a great flight. I felt like I was working the full 3 hours. I thought I would be able to do some extra stuff, but no. No, this was just me doing all the work non-stop. We landed with 17.1. We were expecting to be with 17.4, so 17.1. We saved 300 kilos, which is beautiful. And that was very, very good. Pull up check, seatbelts on. Damn greased. Thank you very much, Stormy. Possible slight float, but soft. Nice one. Christian, thank you. And I pulled to idle at 50, guys. This airplane does like to float quite a lot. Can actually be hard to check a float since this plane is so huge. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm flying Thursday from Copenhagen to LA, first time. Slow power, that is a long flight, that's commitment. Wish mid... Synchronous Fire, I wished your girlfriend had body gear steering. What? That's a new one. Globalchik, Knock 185 did better. Nice. РФС Airbus, это было эпично, спасибо, Влад, за полет. РФС, спасибо тебе, что полетел со мной, это было супер здорово, поэтому молодец, классно, что сделал такую классную посадку. Сложный аэропорт. Guys, I think... oh, Aviator did minus 69. Nice! Very good. Let me do one last picture. Oh, look, somebody just popped out. In a Druk Air. A319. I think he's going to fly to Paro. Whoa, guys, let's watch the replay. And I'm gonna get some rest. Ё-моё, ты по-русски шпаришь. Ну да, я как бы русский. Slow power, I keep getting surprised by your Russian. Yeah, oh, and somebody asked about the scenery. This scenery is a freeware scenery. It's available on the forum. You can get it there. Oh my god. We did it. We did it, and we made it in one piece, and I think the approach was actually good. Apart from that little moment when I kind of freaked out. Because I was supposed to start descending, and yeah, disregard the doors, okay? That was a kisser. That was a kisser. Let's just watch once again. Yeah, that was really nice. Alright. Whew. Well, guys, what can I say? This has been amazing. I'm gonna probably leave you with the replay from the swing view. Do you guys prefer this swing view or this swing view? I kind of think this one is more interesting. So let's pull the airplane back from the approach, from like here. And I'm gonna leave you with this replay. It's probably gonna take a little bit, but worth the watch. Yeah. Guys, thank you very much. It's been an awesome flight. I'm gonna stop it here. This was really good. It was a nice butter, a great flight. I felt like I was working the entire time. It's an amazing plane, so thank you everybody who actually told me to get it and to learn it. It is freaking awesome. I'm gonna learn the INS. Probably I've picked up the wrong flight to learn the INS, but I will learn the INS and I will get it right. And I have a couple of flights planned with this airplane. They're not gonna be done in a live stream because it's gonna be too long, but I will make a video with them because I think the video would be the best option for that flight to be shown. It's like a little mini story. I spoke about it. It's with Philippine Airlines, and it's one of their old routes that you used to fly with the 747-200. So yeah, we're gonna need the INS for that. I'm gonna learn it. I start to understand it's not too complicated. I just need to remember what is the sequence of buttons that I need to press depending on what do I need to do, and from that point onward it's basically all the same. So yeah, XP circuit, thank you very much. Airfest Airbus, спасибо тебе большое. Cooler, Syncrash Flyer, Christian. By the way, how's your flight? Did you... Oh, ATC instructed you to hold on a Concorde. Well, you have to do it. Just watch out your fuel, because you're gonna start burning it quite hard. So yeah, Stormy, Shay TP, Syncrash Flyer, Aviator. Thank you very much for being here. It's been awesome having you. I'll be up again. I'll probably be up next week, to be fair, in the middle of the week. I don't know if you guys would like to see something in the middle of the week, but I might do it because, well, right now I finished the main part of the course, so I have the main job, which still is a lot, but I have a little bit of extra free time, so I would love to spend that time flying and training and watching stuff here with you guys. So we'll be back next week. Until then, guys, thank you very much for staying here with this this flight. It's been awesome. Have a wonderful time. You are amazing. Love you all. Bye bye. And Chris, I'll be watching those pictures. Good luck on the hold. Спасибо, Professor Bass. Slow power, thank you very much. Enjoy the 320 or the 330. And yeah, if you need any help, post that on the Discord. Thank you, guys. Bye bye.